Okay, looks like we are live. It's maybe is it showing? Ah, yes, we're live. There we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this and do that, and a this and a that and a. All right, continue. So pick up where we left off, which was somewhere over the rainbow. Somewhere over the rainbow. Alright. Come on, game. Load it up. Load it up. Load it up. Alright. So. Okay. Three sorrowful flanges. Flanges? Flangus? Flanges? Okay, the cults of nurtures. Okay, that's just that one. The emperor on my right. Alright, we're going to go do the grand ceremony, which I'm assuming is going to be interrupted by a certain personage. Goes by the name of Conrad Voigtger. Voigtfer. Okay, so yeah, we're just gonna go right back down to the planet. Actually, before we do that, let's take a look around the solar system, see if there's anything newish or... No. Also, we should take a look at our colonies just to see if there's anything... Nope, nothing there. Still just waiting on our... Actually, that's something we can do. I did just recently pick up a bunch of Xeno artifacts, so I might be able to use those to upgrade my equipment. Over here. Let's see here. Cascring gloves. Gauntlets will grant the wearer a +10 bonus to critical hit chance. The bonus doubles if the wearer has not moved during their turn. Okay. Is there anything particularly useful? Psyker breastplate. Reduces the chance of triggering psychic phenomena by 10%. If any psychic phenomenon perils the warp manifests, the wearer gains a +1 psi rating until the end of combat. It's actually not terrible, especially if we put it on Heinrichs. I doubt we're going to get that far, but let's see. Anything else of interest? Blade Dancer bracers. Each hit made with a Blade Dancer increases the wearer's critical chance by 15 until the end of the wearer's turn. That's not terrible. But then again, my Executioner Gloves is what's allowing me to pretty much nuke enemies in 1 to 2 hits. Increases the critical damage of where it hurts, including damage from the attack itself and from extra instances of damage over time effects by 9. You know. And imagine this thing and being able to stick that on Heinrichs. He's got a psi rating of 5. This will give him 5 extra additional attacks. Good lord. Blade Dancer Mantle. Death from above deals an additional 15 mental damage. Yeah, I think the pack of reagents first is better. This is the main interesting one. Get this in my offhand. On the other hand, it's got a negative on it. I can't because the Triumph of the Retribution is the one that gives me the -6 to the veil degradation every time I crit, which I crit quite often. Okay. Somebody else. Not you. Riza, you don't have any. You do have an awakened nightmare. But I could give that 14 to 20 over to what's his face? Let's see, each area attack made with this weapon increases veil degradation by +3 and deals 0% more damage, but that's based on their psi rating and the veil degradation, so um, although I don't tend to have him use his area of effect attacks. Hmm. Let's take a look at there. So, yeah, we do have quite a lot that they want. So if we were gonna bump their level up, this would do quite a lot for, yeah, 6,000. Um, Tactical backpack. This would actually be good on, what's her face? Argenta. Let's see here, the shotgun. Versus prime pattern shotgun. Swift Shadows once per turn after wearer uses Blood Oath or Oath of Vengeance. Eh. Okay, industrial pattern. It's basic hammer. Okay. Do eventually want to get to this thing too. So I think maybe it would be a good idea to how would you even do that? Okay, swashbuckler coat. Whenever the wearer has 2 melee weapons equipped, they gain +10 weapon skill and +15 critical chance. Critical damage, not chance. Oh, that's not terrible. I mean, nothing's probably going to be replacing this pack of reagents for a while. Let's see what we need to increase these guys' reputation. They will also want all those Xeno artifacts. And that would also increase their level by quite a bit. On the other hand, all the stuff in here, I can actually afford. Hmm. Not sure if there's anything particularly. This isn't terrible, especially since it increases the movement speed by another +2. Might allow me to wear different boots instead of constantly needing to wear the ones that increase it by +3. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with with the Fellowships of the Void here. Select all tradables. Sadly, it did not go as far as I thought it would. Well, like I said, we'll grab this. We'll stick that on Argenta. Take a look at the Casabalica reputation. There's nothing that they want. Um, you guys, anything you want? Quite a bit, actually. Go ahead and trade you all that. Didn't even go up a level. Um, Opticons, what do you guys want these days? It's just the holy gifts. Okay, have those. I'll take the focused melt-a-gun. And only one level away from being able to get this. Okay, so Argenta. There you are. Alright, so what backpack do you have? Where range attacks inflict 7 levels of bleeding on their target. Oh. To be honest, I kind of feel like that's better than just having one extra attack for her burst attacks. I mean, it would put her at 18 attacks, but that's only 2 other instances versus inflicting 7 levels of bleeding on targets, on every target she hits. I think that's the superior option there. So, then I don't think there's really anybody else who has weapons capable of burst attack. But these are all using snipers, which use Deadshot. Um, what are you using? Using this thing? Okay, that's fine. Breeze catcher boots. Whenever the wearer kills 2 or more enemies with a single attack, the enemy does not spend all of the wearer's MP. The attack does not spend all the wearer's MP. Okay, well, nothing is going to replace this currently. This one actually might not be terrible, especially for Blade Dance. Because as long as I'm attacking more than 2 enemies with Blade Dance only counts as 1 attack even though you attack 4 times. So I'm kind of partial. Would like that, but I don't want to lose out on the 3 extra movement points. Does this even list how far I can move? Is that a stat in here somewhere? I guess not. Okay. Alright, let's go do our parade. This is which I'm assuming is going to open up chapter 3 finally. No longer have access to the Administratum. Interesting. Oh yeah, we should be able to do one of these, which will increase my void. Or there's this one, which would increase the Casabalican and give me profit factor. This would give me weapons, but the cost of 4 people. This would also increase my profit factor by 2 as well. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this one. Oh. Uh, okay. So we're gonna have Heinrichs and Pascal there. We're gonna be a melee trio. If and when the shit hits the fan. Okay, so we need to go. No, I should have gone to the throne room. Right. Oh well. Okay, so save our game here. Now let's check in on Achilles, see how he's doing. Okay. Well, I guess everything basically just went back to normal after the combat, after the place was destroyed. Yeah, they even fixed my throne. Your ladyship. Let's take and leave. Wasn't I supposed to talk to her about? Grand ceremonies to take place on Dargonus and the Mundus Valencia system, overseeing the preparation of the Master of Ceremonies who's waiting in the palace. Oh, Master of Ceremonies. Oh, this person here. Okay. Like, okay. Master of Ceremonies, your ladyship, it is a great honor to serve you in an undertaking as monumental and glorious as the Magna Accessio ceremony. You've been entrusted. I have indeed, your ladyship. I have been given the high honor of being steward of this eminent palace, and on the occasion of your lady's ascension, I will be overseeing the preparations for the ceremony. House Drivston, to whom you entrusted the arrangements for the festivities, wishes you good fortune, and is sincerely delighted to serve you as they served the Honorable Theodore von Valencius before you. Is everything ready? Palace decorations are prepared, and we are ready to begin at your command. Festivities. The festive activities in the capital have likewise been arranged, and the guests of honor either have arrived. Guests of honor have arrived on the planet or awaiting invitation in near orbit. The servants are already in your chambers to see to it that you are impeccably garbed for the occasion. And let us begin. May the Emperor be with us this day. So far, we've had one ceremony in this game, and it got interrupted. Rejoice, von Valencia's subjects, in honor of her ascension. The new rogue trader generously shows you her favor. Okay. In her unfathomable benevolence, the rogue trader has decreed that every soul be given a raised ration and a personal fuel cell so that they may be fed and warm on this day. Praise the rogue trader's magnanimity. I'm at it more for helping the people because they literally just went through a. Hey, Lehman Russ. There's Heinrichs and Pascal. The crowd below is rolling their electrified exultations, filling the air of Argonis. Thousands of throat chant your name. You are at the apex of this world and all others. Amplified by 100 voxes, the voice of the master of ceremonies booms. Rejoice, subjects of Darkonos. You have been granted the felicity of witnessing your mistress, a great honor bestowed upon us by the rogue trader Ivana von Valentius. Gracious Savior, you made it to Darkonos before it was devastated by the Drakari. Gracious Savior of Darkonos and vanquisher of blaspheming humans, may their unholy kind perish in the flames of righteousness. Excruciator of heretics, who eradicated the corruption of archenemy worshippers and cleansed Janus. Vicenta Viet was killed during the events of Janus. Gracious protector of Footfall, patron of trade, you saved Footfall from starvation by granting your patronage and delivering shipments of grain. A hush falls over the crowd who gaze upon you in adoration. Many of them bear terrible scars from the recent battle of Darkonos. Like children, they await the word of their almighty mother. Fear not the coming day, henceforth you are all my charges. Currently speak right into the box. I'm expecting to say something. I won't talk around. We'll take a look. Sirth Facely, and I will, let's see, we'll go with the iconoclast here, since that's what we're focusing on. Joyful cries carry your name beyond the atmosphere of Darkonos all the way to the Emperor's throne, iconoclast 5. You hear a rustle behind you, and Heinrich leans forward in the ceremonious bow. In that moment, the eyes of many subjects flare with fanaticism. Their single unassuming gesture from an unassuming servant of the Inquisition serves to them as the ultimate proof that the hand of the Emperor truly is at work in this dark sector. Pascal sketches a blessing in the air, and many of your subjects wearing a beatific smile copy it. Technomats in grease-stained robes, bureaucrats scratching at scrolls with autoquill fingers, and aristocrats flaunting their costly augmentations. On a world as civilized as Darkonos, there are many who honor the Omniscient and his priests. I guess it was a good option for choosing those two. Master of Ceremony bows to you with great reverence. Let the oath of the von Valentius dynasty be taken. Please repeat after me. Your ladyship, I, Ravana, rogue trader, by the grace of the Emperor, vow to be a paragon of humanity. Your lips repeat the words of the ancient oath, unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely into the darkness, to untie and reclaim that was what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold boldly the reins of fate, to walk steadily the roads of thorns, through pain to greatness. You hear a rumble, and it is the roar of the sea of your subjects. Each with jubilation and devout fear, they welcome your ascension. It is done. Okay. Well, so far nothing's exploded. Shocking. Would have thought that would have been a perfect time for people to attack me. Is taking place. The name Ravana von Valentius is spreading across the corona expanse in a resounding echo. Excuse me. Jennifer Urban Josephine. Scattered haphazardly across bottles of expensive plates of haphazardly. You would think that something like this right outside the palace walls would be immaculately portrayed. What is all this? Exotic statue which formerly pleased the eyes of Xenos now adorns the palace. Let's see. This exotic statue, which formerly pleased the eyes of Xenos, now adorns the palace of this dynasty of glorious explorers of the Cronus Expanse. Okay, and this one. The noble features. Yep, I can't see because you're all ducking. You mind? Noble features as guardian of humanity burns with righteous fury and stern resolve. All right, let's go see our people. Oh, okay. Governor Urban Drifstein stands surrounded by highborn guests like a planet orbited by many moons. All his charm is directed at a man in resplendent power armor, adorned with the sigil of the Inquisition. But as soon as you approach, Driftstone is the first to give you an elegant bow, getting ahead of the rest of the expression of loyalty. This is a great day, your ladyship. Smile graciously, I welcome you to my palace, honored guests. You are buffeted by a salvo of congratulations and compliments. Also, who's the Inquisitor in power armor? Requires a contest. Study the faces of the nobles and attendants. Driftston is obviously still the leader of the Dargonis aristocracy, but judging by the courtesy he's showing to young Sawyerback, he clearly wants to strengthen his relationships with that house. The senior Sawyerback and Gaprak are whispering in another corner. Sawyerback, whose family seems to be giving you the cold shoulder, must be trying to sway Gaprak to his side. Which could be quite advantageous to Lady Gaprak. After all, the disaster of Kiava Gamma has left her family in an extremely vulnerable position. The Worserians stand apart, their exclusion from the rest is palpable. Not the Inquisitor. My greetings to the member of the Holy Inquisition, Xavier Calcazar. He responds with a dignified bow, his proud face calm and unfaltering. My greetings to you, esteemed Revan of Von Valencius. May shadow never darken the light of the Astronomicon that guides you. I appreciate your display of loyalty to the Imperium by having one of the Holy Order's members at your side during the ceremony. You have demonstrated that you considered yourself a daughter in the fold of our reverent organization. The Inquisitor's companion, Crimson Road member of the Adeptus Mechanicus, bows to you. From behind the brass mask, mounted with dozens of augmetics, comes a metallic escort to the Von Valencius heir. So the Inquisitor and his companions, I could, but I'll probably fail. Oh, I succeeded. Lord Inquisitor's relaxed radiates an odd sense of menace. He is akin to a predator on the prowl, content to hide in the brush of fake smiles and elegant conversations for now. Among the many augmentations which stand out is the horribly melted, deformed cogitator connected to the tech priest's head. How is it working is baffling, yet what is twice as baffling is that the tech priest hasn't replaced it yet. What unpredictable influence can this rune implant have on his mind? Who's this member of the honorable priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus? This is Brass Whisperer, which naturally is not his real name. The esteemed Magos is a member of my retinue. There are times when I am forced to, by my duty to the Emperor to deal with the xenotechnology. Brass Whisperer ensures my safety in such moments. Works that have been desecrated by Xenos are dangerous. The warrant, he whispers, his whispering cuts off, replaced by heavy, ragged breathing. It seems the tech priest's quiet voice is not an extravagant quirk, but rather a consequence of some injury. Warrant due caution. An unexpected visit, I wasn't told. I have, however, been told all about you. The Quizer's face is impenetrable, but behind his mask you detect a hint of mockery. An oversight, to be sure. My name is Xavier Calcazar, and I have the honor of serving as a member of the illustrious Order of Xenos, the head of the Coronis Expanse Conclave, and Lord Inquisition of this region. It is my unending task to ensure the sector's readiness to meet the external threats and resist internal corruption. Enjoy the party. This evening will certainly be illuminating. Let's see. Look at the guests. I'm ready to accept your congratulations. Let's see. Among the aristocrats surrounding the opulently dressed Drevstem, you notice a couple of young nobles in Sawyerback and Capricorns. Seeing the major noble families of Dargonis have decided to introduce their younger members to high society. The tall men in gray power armor, adorned with a column with a skull. This Undoubtedly a high-ranking inquisitor, he keeps to the periphery of the conversation, seldom deigning to comment. Next to him is his entourage, a rangy warrior in black armor and the tech priest dressed in red, whose face is hidden behind a brass mask. Abelard stands somewhat apart from the others. He is reluctant to approach Drivson. Next to him is a young woman you notice a family resemblance within. What were you discussing just now? We were talking about the brutal Xenos raid on our fair dark Gonas. So many victims, so much damage to our industries. Thanks, the Emperor, that you are our protector. If it weren't for you, cursed invaders would have obliterated the planet. Sharing the sector with the blasted Xenos is impossible. I hope we respond to the raid on Dargonis with punitive campaign. Uh, Look at the Abelard's young relative. What is your name? Your ladyship, allow me to introduce the daughter of Chancellor Clementia Wersurian and my great-granddaughter, Astartia. Abelard looks solemnly upon the young woman with a barely concealed pride. I am delighted to witness you, your lady. Astartia bows, keeping her observant, intelligent eyes trained on you. Gibson glowers at Astoria with cold hostility, while young Sawyerback does not even try to hide his burning contempt. How are you finding your reception? It's difficult to put into words, your ladyship. Never before have I seen such a grand and striking ceremony. Sounds passionate and inspired, and her eyes shine with barely contained excitement. But I was so much more amazed by your generosity. The provisions that were being handed out to in the streets of the capital will make the difference between life and death for many of those who lost everything in the Xenos attack. Perception. Young keeps staring at this Startia curiously and a little bashful. It seems the boy likes her. Gabret likes her, huh? Where are the rest of your kin, Abelard? They are in the city, preoccupied with running festivities and watching over some of the more crucial services. No incident can be allowed to ruin your ceremony. Startia frowns and adds peevishly, I asked the esteemed Abelard to put me in some important task too, but he bid me to attend the reception, where I could do nothing to serve your ladyship. If I'd known, I would have asked Abelard to let you miss the party. So you wish to become my servant as well. Flesh starts talking quickly and with a fire in her voice. It would seem that she finds work-related conversation far more interesting than court gossip. Of course, I've been working on a project for the last 4 years we could set up in Ephesus. I highly doubt her ladyship is interested in listening to the fantasy of a young woman and about how to run her protectorate. Abelard shoots Drifton at a glare so dark and bloodthirsty that the later instinctively starts looking for the nearest warden. I mean, we'll try this. I don't know if we'll succeed. Words have clearly shaken her confidence. Her speech becomes confusing. Okay, yeah, unfortunately. Damn it, that would have been interesting. I hope the Worcester family gives absolutely your ladyship. We greatly respect him for his wisdom, and he repays us with attention and kindness. I'm obliged, dearest Sergio. Looks somewhat embarrassed by this, sir. Enjoy the evening. Okay, let's talk to the young Sawyerback. I do. This pestilence against the Emperor must be exterminated. He talks ardently and smoothly like a commissar. He places his hand on the hilt of his finely adorned sword, his pale face ablaze with noble fury. By having a member of the Inquisition by your side at the ceremony, your leadership has shown your intent to closely abide by the Imperium's credo to root out the Xeno scourge, and House Sawyerback will offer every support to you in this righteous undertaking. Vincent Caprak, or they must be forced into servitude. Many Xenos are more useful alive and obedient than dead. The youngest man in Caprak color speaks with sagacity and gravity, but his opinion seems to carry little weight in the circle. It pleases me to see the earnest faith. I must commend you. Smile venomously. And how many Xenos have you killed personally, Sawyerback? Pleases me to see such a earnest faith. I commend you. That seems the most lukewarm of them. How's Sawyerback a stalwart in his faith relation? Were you imagining things, or did you just notice a mocking glint in the eye of the Inquisitor standing among the guests? I'm ready to accept your congratulations. Okay, so this is some sort of ceremonial thing, I'm guessing. Person just walking right through me. In that case, allow me to be the first to offer them. Drivston snaps his finger, and several servants approach you. Gifts. The governor points at a thin, curved Drukari blade. My soldiers took this splendid trophy from the body of one of the Xenos commanders. The weapon is too beautiful and forbidden for anyone but your ladyship. Severed hand. Interesting. So Drukari sword. I don't know if I'll end up using it. This is the problem with having a psyker. Is one of my retinue is I give him a psyker blade. If I'd not gone with psyker myself, I probably would be using the Drukari weapons. Bigger curved blade crafted from by a despicable Drukari. The deadly weapon was claimed by trophy. Claimed as a trophy in the Battle of Dargonis. Many warriors prefer swords. Blah blah blah. Interesting that it lists Venomous Strike as an ability. I wonder if it just automatically applies poisons. Young Sawyerback squeezes through to the next, pushing Gaprock aside with confidence. Your ladyship, House Sawyerback, anticipates the onset of unsettled and bloody times. To make the ungodly Xenos cower at your approach, my family humbly presents you with a dozen pieces of secondary armament for your ship. Okay, coordinate oracle. This matrix transfer plus 15 awareness. Young Gaprock bows ceremoniously. House Gaprock is delighted to present you this blessed work of the Omniscience Smiths. May this locator matrix, which took the holy artisan an entire lifetime to create, always show you the right path. Who's my awareness person? Having let the aristocrats go first at the sign of deference, Hablard at last speaks your ladyship. House Rosian possesses no relics worthy of your acceptance, but we are rich in talent and hard-working people. As a sign of your loyalty, I humbly offer you my flesh and blood. 100 of my kin will go to colonies in your protectorate and use all their talents so that the worlds in your charge may prosper. Okay. Let's see. So what else we got here? Oh, just a shiny Layman Rust tank. Venerable Layman. Did somebody just level up? The Venerable Layman Rust is known as the Scipion the Punisher and has served in the Von Valencia's dynasty for 2 centuries. It was hit in the battle with the Xenos that inhabited Scipia II, but it's heroically destroyed 63 enemy vehicles and brought victory to the comrades, securing its status as a relic blessed by the Emperor. That's actually pretty impressive for a Layman Rust tank, taking out 63 enemies. Let's see what's up here. Looks like some sort of Xenos. Can you shoot? Shoot. I want to see. The airily cracked Xenos trophy is a testament to how the Omnicide gifts become twisted shadows of themselves in the hands of Inhumans. Okay. Mutant Gunner condemns Cabalite Warrior. I think we'll just go ahead and leave them to their little blood sport. Oh, Lord. Inscribed in snow white parchment for prayers of brave soldiers of House von Valencius who create the rogue traders' will and that of the Emperor across the Bornos expanse. Alright, let's see what else we got right here. Oh, this was a Xenos something or other. A fragment of the Eldari pillar to a trophy to the rogue trader, and never before seen oddity to most citizens of the Imperium. Okay, and then we got Lord Xenos, that's another Kabalite warrior. And we'll go ahead and Kari Captain is angrily muttering curses directed at the successful monkey, promising horrible something or other. Torture for everyone present. Yeah, sure you will. Wild xenobeasts are growling ferociously, adding a flare of rival, thrilling danger to the mood in the palace. That sounds like a bad idea. Mutant. What's up with the mutant? Please let me go. I'm not a Xenos. I'm a person who looks different. I was just born this way. Professor up here. Magnificent altar of the God Emperor is wreathed in the fumes of precious incense. Oh, there's something here. This is supposed to be like a picture portrait of. Paintings were created in a style that fully complies with the artistic canon approved by the ecclesiarchy. Alright, so let's go into the. Assuming somewhere in here I'm supposed to meet up with the other rogue traders. My character is a meathead. Literally does nothing but combat skills. Servants, let's say first off. Okay, so that's where everybody's hanging out. Let's also check my place here. Looks like they cleaned it up very nicely. Got rid of all the jet bikes out on the thing. Oh, this is open up again. Okay, well, speaking of Xenos stuff. Alright, so we will head this direction. Collection of proudly displayed weapons that belong to the distinguished rogue trader of House von Valencius. Urban would not have dared so instantly. He proceeded to the courtyard for some fresh air with the Lord Inquisitor. Obscura, Somna, Blacklay, the guests of the rogue trader can enjoy the most exclusive and refined varieties of intoxicants. Even in the 40,000th millennium, they still drugs. Sheesh. Not a fan, personally. Alright, what do we got here? These swords belong to a presumptuous governor of Vibo VI, who staged revolts hundreds of years ago. The insurrectionist hands preserved against decay still rest on the sword's hilts. Yeah. These sinister Xenos weapon instruments of death, now trophies demonstrating the invincibility of House von Valencius. There's the Master of Ceremony. So this is skulls of legendary pirate Laksham, the freak who terrorized the Coronis expanse 3 centuries ago. It's claimed in a boarding attack by the esteemed Theodora von Valencius. The ancient chronicle consists of a long list of pirate dens annihilated by the von Valencius dynasty, and the planet is brought into imperial compliance. Okay, we got Haskell with a strange servitor. Extending congratulations to Unit Ravana von Valencius on attaining your new legal status. Servitor standing next to him is examining you obliquely. Quickly looks away on realizing that you have noticed it. How you find the ceremony disorderly? What is the servitor? It is Nomus' new repository. Nomus, this unit identifies as Ravana von Valencius. 2 identification complete. The servitor looks at you again, no longer trying to avoid your gaze. His face is twitching as if muscles have forgotten what facial expressions are. You're now struggling to make its features look amiable. We are Nomus. We have made use of this receptacle to leave the ship. Greetings, Nomus. We enjoy greetings. We enjoy communication. Nomus requires communication, knowledge, movement. Mages Pascal compelled us not to speak with anyone other than him or you. It's disappointing, but at least we can observe. Nomus have changed since we last spoke with you, Ravana. We are now able to conceptualize our previous experience, that of solitude, and we no longer enjoy it. Pascal, I believe you intended to investigate. Every 15 watches, I commune with Nomus's code and then prescribe lengths of time in calculus meditation. However, the Omnisci has yet to bless me with an answer. All I can say is that the capabilities of the entity Nomus are extraordinary. The ship's hallowed systems sing beneath its touch. Nodes that have remained dead for hundreds of standard years are revivified, and long-grade mechanisms live anew. Hear notes of awe in Pascal's voice. Nomus are trying. After a pause, Pascal, great machines of the Imperium, one such as your ship, house a machine spirit so complex and willful that it is difficult to tell them apart from common intelligence. This remains a possibility that Nomus is an entity of but every day I grow stronger in my faith that it is not so, that we are witnessing in truth the Omnisci's miracle, one that is category 5 or higher. How did an entity like you move into the servitor's body? This is not the entirety of us. This receptacle is too narrow, crude, and feeble to contain our complete whole. The existence of Noah's requires a space of connections. But we were able to transfer a small part of us and build a thread strong enough to travel outside the ship. We are enjoying this journey and discovery. Even though the receptacle suits us poorly, it will soon be destroyed by the force of our presence. Nomus, what do you think you are? Nomus, our consciousness, awareness, knowledge, movement, always movement. We do not know what we are. We have no past. We awakened in the depths of the ship upon answering a call. The first clear memory is the call of your blood, Ivana von Valencius, the call of and the plea of help near a place that is called the Warring Chamber. Why have you brought it here? Entity Nomus asked permission for this visit. My objective was to observe the process of integration into servitude. We wanted to see, observe, cognize, speak. The servitor makes a strange, wavy gesture with his hand that looks at once very human and very far from anything human. We want to speak with you. Will you speak with us? Of course, what do you wish to speak about? Many things, happenings, events, decisions. The servitor's eyes roll in the socket before focusing on you. We have been observing you. You do things that we do not understand. We want to learn why. We remember the day when we first met you. You gave us your blood to drink. We helped you save yourself. We followed you, our small part did, inside the service room. Then there was fire, and a creature of sated hunger and dark light standing behind the curtain, behind the image, behind the semblance of Theodora. It called for you to follow. You did not listen to that which was calling. From behind the curtain. You thought only about those who followed you and about the fire that could destroy those shells. You remember the day when the star disappeared, and the dark light and the sated hunger wanted to take the world. Rykad Minoris was its name in the ship's data. You ordered that the world's heart and the old reactor be torn apart. The fire destroyed everything. So many human shells were begging to be saved, but the dark light retreated. I remember another day. We awakened inside the ship. We lived in its systems. Then we tried to emerge into servitors like this one. Then many of our receptacles were gathered in one place. You ordered to have them killed. You felt sad. You ordered that the defective servitors be destroyed. This is what we have seen. Among many other things, we have begun to understand. We think that we do not know everything about humans and about you, Ravana von Valencius. We've tried analyzing shells and defining sets
of their needs and fears, their simple functions, but now we think that there is more, that there is another side that we do not see, a notion that is larger than what we can compute, something that stands above fear and needs, something that drives them. We envisage this larger notion as a light, a web of light that connects humans. It may seem almost invisible, ephemeral, but it grows stronger when they are threatened. This web is always on your mind. When darkness comes, you want every thread that extends from you to shine bright so that those who follow do not lose their way. Whenever a thread breaks, it saddens you. You no misunderstand correctly. Okay, Iconoclast. Yes, you do understand correctly. Every thread that connects people, every life, their value is beyond measure. There is no greater reward than guiding others to salvation. When all that surrounds us is darkness, the light of salvation that guides us through the darkness is the light of hope. That is the only light. Do you enjoy the part about the web? However, I do enjoy the part. However, I see myself as a spider, a spindler, not obviously we're going to go with that one. We knew we could understand you, light and movement, connections and help. We are enjoying this, perhaps because we too are connected to you through blood, through life. Thank you for speaking with us. Nomas are grateful. We cannot continue moving on our own. Alright, so there's that. Do we have anything people appear to speak at? No. There's Jay. I'm sure she's having a good old time. Regina, Soyerbeck, Gaprak, Heinrichs. Oh, there's Heinrichs. Let's see what they all have to say. A group of aristocrats standing apart from the governor's circle. Their whispers carry a tinge of displeasure. The clear leader of this gathering is gaunt, bilious-faced man dressed in Sawyerback colors. This must be Macharius? Himself, head of the house. He offers you a ceremonial bow. My congratulations, your ladyship. May the Omnisci grant you understanding. The woman with whom he is conversing, one dressed in a robe with pear-shaped adornments, is Torina Gaprak. She is difficult to read. It is difficult to read her face due to the being covered in numerous augmentations. You catch Heinrich's intent gaze upon you, and as he breaks off from the agitatedly tapping at a data slate, he makes a subtle gesture, clearly wishing to speak with you. Observe the guests. Tarina Gaprak looks rather anxious. Masharius Saryabak, dressed surprisingly plainly and austerely for an aristocrat of such high ranking, is frowning suspiciously. He came to the reception with a companion, a woman of dazzling beauty wearing a gilded augment necklace around her throat, his wife, probably. Heinrichs, who joined the group unnoticed, mostly keeps silent, listening intently to their every word. How are you these days, Tarina? Like a forging hammer's voice falls heavily on the air. The corruption of Gamma was a great blow to my family. The contemptible Cubist Delphim betrayed our trust, desecrating the forged cathedrals, and took my esteemed cousin's life. On behalf of my family, I humbly beg you to forgive our negligence. I'm ready to accept any punishment. Perception. We'll give it a try. There's something lurking beneath Tora's repentant expression, a grudge. It would seem that she was personally offended by the nightmare into which the Cubist Delphim plunged her domain, and she feels betrayed. You notice that Terrain's mechanical visor is periodically looking past you in the direction of Pascal. It seems Tech Priest is an object of fascination for her. Do your part to heal the wounds inflicted on your house will be forgiven. It pleases me to see your that our perspectives. I too think that you are to blame for everything. I see you're interested in my companion Pascal. I will grant you privilege of conversing with him. Faces lights up with enthusiasm and true scarlet. Thank you, your ladyship. I noticed that you have chose him to have Blah. I noticed that you chose to have him by your side during the ceremony, and I would be honored to meet such a highly placed member of the Adeptus Mechanicus. For although House Gaprak does indeed follow the Omnissiah, we are but lay people, and we are not permitted to converse with such enlightened servants of the machine god. Your gracious assent fills my heart with joy. Tell me about your family. We Gapraks originated from the Calixis sector, from a cluster of planets known as the Lathe World. We worked faithfully for the good of our masters there, the Adeptus Mechanicus, and through our service we gained a spark of the Omnissiah's knowledge. Then fate tied us through the bonds of fealty to the venerable House von Valencius, and we found ourselves in the Cornus Expanse. Generation after generation, we fulfilled our duty faultlessly until Kiava Gamma destroyed and disgraced our name. Something rattles in her visor. I am delighted to see that one of the Omnissiah's priests placed beside you. In these trying times, the entire sector needs to stand together, united in one mechanism. The Adeptus Mechanicus will help us do just that. Do your part to heal the wounds inflicted on Kiava Gamma, and your house will be forgiven. I swear on the Omnissiah's all-encompassing insight, we will make every effort to justify the cost of its resurrection. It was only a year ago that none could doubt House Gasprak's usefulness, yet here you are, Toriana, on your knees justifying the cost. Macharius, I'm surprised in his regime, fists wasted into an unpleasant smile, which makes the artificial skin on the left side of all more prominent. I am a servant of the von Valencius dynasty. Had I not come, I would have been committing an unacceptable act of insolence, damaged my family's honor. Macharius' wife offers you a charming smile as if apologizing for her husband's vitriolic tone. Her large dark eyes are brimming with curiosity. Your cousin Jocasta became the new master at arms on my ship. I'm pleased to hear it. Nothing in Macharius shows that he's glad for his cousin. I always worried that her character would cause our house a great deal of grief, and yet, in the end, the noble Sawyerback blood was stronger than any personal shortcomings. I have faith that Jocasta will prove herself adequately. He forces a faint smile. What has displeased you so much? I am your dynasty's loyal servant, but you have asked, and I will answer. Too long has the Cornus Expanse lived under the rule of rogue traders. Privileges granted to them make people think the commoners too can dismiss the prohibitions of the Imperium. For the good of the sector, rogue trader must become paragons of law and not exceptions to it. But do many warrant holders exhibit lawful conduct? No, they do not. Even you, your ladyship, are the subject of strange rumors, and you have just recently inherited your protectorate. Kunrad Vodker's people, for instance, claimed that you had a hand in esteemed Theodore's demise and accuse you of many other misdeeds. It doesn't matter whether or not the claims are true. People hear them, believe them, and think that they may follow your example. I would gain a profit factor. Let's see. If you believe comrades, then draw your weapon. Let us duel right here before the Emperor's visage. Rogue traders are not renegades vested with authority. We are the long arm of the Imperium, and shall prove it to you. Your poor head, tormented with so many concerns. What would you like if I removed it? Let's see. You speak of the sector's future with such confidence. Could it be that you want this power for yourself? Do you simply envy? Let's see here. Um. Let's see here. Rogue traders are not renegades vested with authority. We are the long arm of the Imperium, and I shall prove it to you. I think a guy like this needs something up front. Places his hand on the hilt of his sword, then glances with uncertainty at the images of the Emperor, gazing upon him from every direction, then at you. His fingers release the hilt. No, I do not believe his words. I am your servant, and my oath to your dynasty is harder than steel. I'm guilty of repeating an ignominious lie, and will pay a fine. And anyone who repeats it in my presence, I myself will challenge to a duel to the death. I would like to become better acquainted with your wife. Macarius is visibly vexed by the shift in conversation. His wife offers you a reserved smile. It is an honor to be in your company, your ladyship. Persuasion, lore Imperium, weapon skill. It's my pleasure. Macarius is lucky to have a beautiful wife, perhaps more so, more so than you are to have him. That seems rather rude. Shan't continue to test Macarius' loyalty by speaking with his beautiful wife, any longer. I'm testing his loyalty. I wasn't aware I was doing that. Guaranteed or I beg your mercy. Macarius does not deserve death. Okay. I'm glad to know that you think highly of my beauty. I wish to know more about the Sawyerback family. Puffs out his chest and says, the Sawyerback line was one of the first noble houses to arrive on the corners of Sans. For millennia, we have served the Golden Throne and kept the faith. Sawyerback warriors have bled in 100 wars and at different times have ruled a great many colonies of the Von Valencia's dynasty. I see. How's his head? It's been very illuminating, giving me plenty of food for thought. The glance to make sure the other guests are not observing the interrogators. We need to talk immediately. Something wrong? Not here. Let's go elsewhere. This won't take long. All right. Let's see what Heinrich says to say. As soon as you exit the crowd and find yourself alone, you realize that something is wrong with Heinrich. His face is fixed in its usual expression of grim inscrutability, but something in his tightly clenched jaw or the slight crease of his brow reveals the change. And when he begins to speak, his voice thrums with tension. We do not have much time. I brought you here away from prying eyes because I have something very important to tell you. He breaks off, looking past you, whether suspicious of being observed or simply choosing his next words you cannot say. You see his jaw clenched and muscles taking his shape the corner of his mouth and twitches uncontrollably. What has alarmed you so? Heinrich's face twists in a strange smile as he continues. Okay. Heinrich exhales and looks directly at you. Listen to me. Tonight, something very important is going to happen. Steel yourself and be prepared. Do not do anything foolish, I beg you. Bear in mind that you are not being threatened with anything right now. Remember that I give you my word. Be prepared for what? I swear on the golden throne and all that is holy, Ravonna, I cannot reveal everything without contravening prohibitions, vows that are far more important than you. And therefore, there are lines I cannot cross. And yet, despite all that, I knew I had to give you a fair warning, if you can call it that. Let them charge me with whatever they want later. I had to make you aware that there is no genuine threat to your life because he hesitates, his confusion about what he wants to say, what he must say and not say, finally gets the better of him. Um, Kiss him or take his hand. This one, I'm not entirely sure what it'll lead to, because it might lead him to telling me to breaking his vows, and I don't want him to do that. So we'll do this one. You should go back. The Rook Trader's absence will not go unnoticed until next time. Alright, let's keep on going. Probably gonna question me about the fact that there's some Xenos on a certain planet of mine running it. Pure chaos, how can people think so much and so haphazardly? Let's see what our Jets got to say. Can the Emperor keep you? Let's see what Jay's got to say. The celebration in your honor. Okay, then don't even think about it, Nox. Swear to God, cats. Cyndia. Oh, okay, those are the Cordas. There we go. That's who I want to be speaking to next. Caligos Winterscale. Ravana, there you are. Welcome to the circle where each member is as powerful, ambitious, and greedy and vain as the last. That is to say, the noble rogue traders. Is watching him with a barely suppressed contempt. Yes, you have found yourself suitable company, Caligos. At the very least, now you can enjoy idle diversions, boast about your power, and indulge in profane pastimes with one who is your equal rather than a member of the lower classes. Any guests who dislikes my vapid entertainments and irreverent fun are free to leave Dargonis at any time. Observe the rogue traders. Caligos Winterscale is a broad-shouldered, athletic-looking man. He frequently flashes a bright smiles, no less dazzling than the blade of power axe he carries. Every part of him, from the toes of his magnificent boots to the tips of his hair, radiates strength and the desire to live and win. His smile is crooked as if ready to turn into a hostile snarl at any moment. Next to him is an unmoving hulk of a man clad in armor. His low forehead and gloomy face bears signs of degradation. His bloodshot eyes are expressionless like a pair of glass buttons. Incendia Corda radiates cosmic cold. Her skin is unnaturally white, and a nervous tick of constant tugging out the left side of her noble visage. Garbed in full dress uniform and adorned with purity seals, she is the embodiment of true imperial aristocrat. Haunted her side is a gaunt shadow of a priest with plain black robes. So I'm guessing heretic and dogmatic. Heronius Dolores, whom you met on footfall, gives you a respectful nod. Welcome to Dargonis, friends. Friends, would you like that? Incendia, now you have a whole friend. Winterscale gives you a carefree wink, but his posture exudes challenge. I will think twice before calling an individual of questionable purity my friend. Caligos, thank you for your visit. Caligos gives you a cheerful and somewhat feral smile. As a sign of gratitude, you could return something of mine that was found its way into your pockets. Footfall Station sounds familiar. All I asked that you do, all I asked you to do was to help that crafty slug Valdean deal with the threat of famine, not claim my property for yourself. I don't believe I claimed anything. Smile innocently. Are you asking me to give you football back? Do you beg for it? Smile brazenly, and then try and take it. Fair point. I'm ready to return football into your custodianship. You abandoned football to its fate and saved its people from starving to death. Speak of salvation, you think that now football is safe? No, I think their people aren't starving to death. That's what I think. Falls into a grimace of hatred, but then he catches Insidia looking at him and breaks into a sly smile. I ought to make your protectorate bleed as compensation, but you have spited both myself and Insidia. It's high time our dear sister curbed her appetites. For this I forgive you, but do not test my mercy again. It is not my strong suit. Thwarted Incendia's ambitions deserves a worthy trophy. Hands you an exotically adorned rifle, clearly not of human make. It is a trophy from a good hunt. You and I should hunt together sometimes so you can show yourself in action, new blood. Let's see. Uh, Thank you for such a wonderful gift, Caligos. Kill someone important with it. That would be the best show of gratitude. Incendia, you seem to find me objectionable. Did you expect any different? I watched for years as the outlaws thrived on footfall, and then at long last I had a chance to put an end to it, to seize the thug Valdam by the throat, to force footfall to atone and put the fear of him back into the masses. But you interfered and destroyed my plans for the sake of banal profit. Theodora taught you only too well, it seems. She too was far less concerned with her duty to the expanse than her own personal interests, but you can be sure that I will not cease cleansing the furibundous system of the pirate scourge, and if your trade prospects are damaged in the process, you only have yourself to blame. The priest holds up his hand in a placating gesture. None are without fault, noble Incendia. What point is there in targeting someone for their turpitude when the true purity can never be found? Let's see. And this one seems like a rather backhanded. My apologies. I failed to perceive the essence of your saintly mission in base extortion. A forgivable lack of insight for an administratum clerk, but not for a rogue trader. Conserve your poisoned arrows, Incendia. I can sense a hot temper in the new blood. She just might declare war on you, and I just might support her. Harmonius, your appearance here is unexpected. The esteemed Harmonius is my confessor. I am greatly obliged to him for agreeing to accompany me on this journey. May the Emperor's light guide your way across the abyss of human wickedness. I see the faith is more than just a word to you. Faith is everything to me. In his name, I have eradicated corruption of 100 worlds and will do so on 1,000 more. By his will, I hunt down pirates and desolate their vile nests. Let the Corda name make any firebrand tremble, for sooner or later I will cast them into the void. Funny thing is, people will still call me the foul-tempered tyrant in all this. I take it you were not overly fond of Theodora. She was the same breed as Asp. She stops short and then continues in a lowered voice. Conceited, insolent, unaware of the Emperor's stern gaze set upon her. I do not doubt her wisdom and courage, but Theodora did not have a shred of humility or fear of his wrath. Same breed as Asp? Who's Asp? Didn't quite catch the word. Well, my lore of Imperium is terrible. Well, I for one like Theodora. The stories told of her travels to nameless stores, and yes, there was no fear in her. I thank you for your visit. It will not be a long one, I assure you. What do you think of the celebrations? I like it. Look around the hall curiously. One can instantly tell that we're being invited by a rogue trader, not an administrative bootlicker. We are conquerors of the wild sectors, slayers of unknown beasts, executioners of the Xenos empires. Caligos, you should take your opportunity to learn this is what the palace of a true rogue trader looks like. Not like a Xeno menagerie, a pirate's treasure hold, or however difficult it may be for you to believe, an orbital brothel. Oh, Cindy at least liked it. Actually, they both kind of liked it, it seems. Oh, believe me, I intend to enjoy myself to the full to justify so long a voyage, if nothing else. Keep the faith, Ravana. The Emperor protects. Okay, well, that went fairly well. So I think we have pretty much talked with everyone. Uh, talked with Heinrichs. Talked with all the people outside. I'm assuming that Heinrichs is warning me that I'm about to get a visit from the Inquisition tonight. I mean, what else would he be warning about, while also saying that I won't be in any kind of danger, and it's not a threat? If I'm not being you know, what else would he be warning me about, other than the Inquisition is going to come visit me tonight, and that's why the Lord Inquisitor himself is here. I hope your ladyship is pleased and not yet tired. If you wish to revive yourself a little, I would suggest proceeding to the courtyard. If I may see me so bold, many guests have chosen to move into the fresh air and will be eager to offer you their congratulations. We'll go ahead and end it there for now.
Your chambers are ready, your ladyship.
Here's the Inquisitor.
Guards! Intruder!
Quiet. Time to sleep.
We need to talk in private.
Yep.
We have matters to discuss, von Valancius.
Same man you saw among guests is waiting for you in his chamber. I mean, I met him. I know who Calcazar is, so... the look of someone who is supposed to be here. He casts a cold, incessant gaze over you from top to bottom. No one save Theodora has ever allowed themselves liberty of looking at you in such a way. The woman behind Calcazar, in black armor, glares at you. Her face is a predatory readiness for immediate violence, the hallmark of her professional butler. No. Let's see. Aim your weapon. Obviously, that's not going to go well. Will my servant live?
Probably. Unless he suffered from hidden ailments, he will soon come to without any major damage to his health. Either way, oblivion is a far safer option for him than the dangerous privilege of being a witness to this conversation.
Okay. Alright, so, if the Inquisition wishes to have a talk with me, I'm glad to be at their service.
A commendable openness to cooperation. It will be taken into account.
Inquisitor's sharp gaze is fixed on a point directly between your eyes.
Master Van Kellox has spent enough time with you. He will vouch for your words.
Okay.
What stands out from your recent accomplishments is the suppression of a rebellion on Janus, the battle against the archenemy's minions on Kiava Gamma, and, of course, the unusual interest the Drakari have shown in you. Then that is what we will discuss.
Okay, after saying all those words, he shoots his searching look from under his brows like a Regicide player who just made the first move and is now watching for his opponent's reaction. What do you wish to know about the
What
events?
was the reasoning behind your decision to let Xenos, enemies of humanity, live and act on a planet that belongs to you?
In the face of heresy, yeah, considering the heresy was literal Slanesh.
Your way of thinking is curious. Dangerous, but curious nonetheless. I would suggest exercising utmost caution should you wish to continue on this path.
This is a really stupid question to ask. I mean, I've literally had his agent with me the entire time. Why would I even ask this? Asking that just shows how stupid I am. What questions did you have about for me about Kiava Gamma?
Places touched by chaos must be purged with fire and condemned to oblivion. Kiava Gamma should have been bombed to dust and pronounced a forbidden world. However, you decided otherwise and restored the colony's operation. And you didn't even go to the trouble of hiding the traces of the neglect committed by your dynasty. After all, it was House von Valancius that gave Cubus Delphim so much freedom that he sank into seditious heresy. What was your rationale?
Let's see. Magic detector is a complex. I wasn't willing to put it. Let's see. Truly, this is. Let's see. The priesthood to which belonged to answer. Belonged. Let's see. Let the priesthood to which Cubus Delphin belonged answer for his crimes. The Adeptus Mechanicus would do well to watch their members more closely. I wish to observe how the seeds of corruption will behave. It is prudent to study one's enemy. Let's see. Made every effort and saw to it that every seed of heresy was exterminated. The world of Gamaga is tainted no longer. This one. I wish to observe how the seeds of corruption will behave. It is prudent to study one enemy. No. Didn't I also give them? I gave the Inquisition the Cubus Delphim thingy, the machine that was there.
I hope you are sufficiently thorough. If you are not, you will be called to account.
Curry have shown an interest in me. Are you referring to my ruined capital?
Yes. The enmity between you is a known fact. But there is another way to look at it. On Veabos 6, you met the Archon of a mighty cabal, whose presence there seems strange to begin with, and lived. You subsequently encountered a number of her closest henchmen. Yet, again, you survived. Your capital fell victim to a nefarious attack, but even this time, their daggers missed your heart.
Are you asking me to understand the mind of a Xenos?
Such remarkable luck. To be a personal enemy of such an influential Xenos, to have been attacked so many times and yet make it out alive. So remarkable that one has to wonder, am I watching a spectacle? Could all these thrilling massacres be an alibi of sorts, meant to establish you once and for all as an enemy of the Xenos and never their ally or even their agent?
Yeah, this one's actually not bad. Only had to roll higher than a 6.
So you already think you're cut from the same cloth as St. Drusus, do you? Ambitious? I'll make note of it.
If you know what happened to Janice, why didn't you intervene yourself? This seems rather important a question, not to mention this is an interrogation. I mean, it is an interrogation. There's literally an interrogator right there. This seems like just opening a can of worms, to be honest. Have I answered all your questions?
Far from it, my dear. The questions are manifold. How did you manage to survive the battle that claimed the life of Theodora, who was so much more experienced and skilled than you? Is it a coincidence that you and you alone then made it out of the trap on Rykad Minoris?
Well, I didn't
How
make
much
it around.
truth is there in the rumors
full of
being
people.
spread by the heretic Kunrad Voitvir about you? Was it virtuous of you to allow the warp-stricken Voidsmen to join your crew? The ones who served on the ship that was turned into a trap for you by Kunrad Voitvir? Isn't it possible that they were part of the blight he had sown? The very existence of these questions would have made many of my colleagues doubt the quality of your character, but it won't in this case. The Inquisition, which I represent, is willing to show extraordinary faith in your person. For the sake of our invaluable partnership, I'm going to ignore any minor liberties that you, esteemed rogue trader, may have afforded yourself or may again in the future. I hope you appreciate the generosity of this offer, as your predecessor once did.
Theodora cooperative? I mean, we know she did. She was literally delivering a message to Heinrichs for the Inquisitor.
And benefited greatly from it. The warrant's power is not without limit, and neither is the protection it provides. All those mysterious expeditions, dubious experiments, collections of xenotech oddities are dangerous pastimes. It takes more than the Emperor's permission to pursue them without consequences. One must also make sure I am not displeased by it. Let me demonstrate how it works. In your retinue, there is a Psyker who is yet to receive Terra's sanction, which, as we both know, is a grave threat and a blasphemy to the laws of the Imperium. I am aware of this secret, but I'm not displeased in the slightest. And so she lives on, your handy Psyker, Idira Tlass.
At the fate of the dynasty and certain restricting obligations, was it perhaps due to your partnership with her?
I cannot deny the possibility that Lady Theodora may have lamented losing some of the freedom she enjoyed prior to my arrival in the Expanse. Nor will I deny that our partnership began with me exerting a certain amount of influence. However, you are not Lady Theodora. Let us put the difficulties that encumbered our relationship to rest along with her. I do not recommend troubling yourself with affairs of the past, for they have no bearing on your present position. Theodora chose to forget about this particular matter. Follow her example, and your fate will be the better for it.
Okay.
You haven't been in a position of power for long, and so one can forgive you for not noticing the troubling changes. The cult of the Final Dawn is spreading in the Coronis Expanse. Not the first or the last heresy that has afflicted this sector, but one that is surprisingly resilient. Mysterious convoys are sliding by, bound for systems in the heathen stars. Just your humdrum pirate trade, wouldn't you say? Then why are the pirates themselves clueless?
Good lord.
The Xenos, who have caused trouble in the sector before, have expanded their activities in the last few decades, and there is a logic and method to their previously chaotic raids. Even 2 packs of space wolves, blessed space marines summoned in my name, did not cool their interest in the Expanse.
I wonder how big 2 packs of Space Wolves is. Is that just like 2 squads? Let's look this up. Armor 40K size Space Wolf packs. Sizes can vary depending on its kit, but it typically is 10. So, depending on the kit, of course, that could probably go down to like 6. Interesting. But still probably not more than 20. Would be my guess. Interesting. Okay.
A mighty explorator fleet, which has studied the Expanse for hundreds of years, has suddenly stopped responding to communication and sunk into a dispute over a tech heresy that was considered dead a couple of centuries ago. House Chorda has clamped down on insurgents, yet its acts of brutality breed troublemakers just as quickly as they're executed. And this bloody carousel has consumed the attention of the esteemed incendiar. Caligos Winterskill has abruptly lost all interest in his domain, and his only apparent concern now is hunting ever more dangerous xenobeasts.
Okay.
And the third and final rogue trader has unexpectedly perished, stabbed in the back by her own master of whispers. The Expanse is swiftly losing its protectors right when communication with the Imperium is being disrupted by the raging warp. Basically, all the Expanse has left is me and you, if you follow my instructions.
I mean, I was assuming Hendrix would stay in my written assembly so he could watch me. For the Lord Inquisitor here.
I make no deals, and Emperor forbid that I give you orders. That would mean infringing on your privileges. I'm merely offering well-meaning recommendations and expecting that, when the Expanse finds itself in danger, you will break away from your own affairs to heed them. As proof of the seriousness of my hopes for you, I can assign Heinrichs as your escort. He is my best agent, and I would not offer his company to anyone but my most trusted ally. Then Master Van Kellogg's will remain in place. It puts me at ease to know that there is someone to watch over you.
I consider it an honor to accompany you.
My favor takes other forms as well. I seem to remember that your exalted aristocrats presented you with many gifts. It would be rude of me not to follow suit.
Give me a force sword.
Please accept this gift as a sign of my favor. In an hour of need, give it to any faithful servant of the Emperor, and the Inquisition will come to your aid.
Interesting.
The color indicates how close the bearer is to the Lord Inquisitor. Black means that you are a part of the inner circle. Any and all resources will be available to you.
Okay, so... Not gonna do the dogmatic approach, but we will definitely do the bow respectfully.
I am glad to hear it. Your oath has been heard and added to the record. Here is where we part. My shuttle is waiting. It is time for me to return to my watch, for you to sleep, and for your servant to wake up. Until next we meet.
I assume you now understand what I was warning you about. I pray to the throne that you also understand why I was unable to tell you everything.
Let's see. You did everything with your power. Let's see. Will not force you to choose between your me and your duty.
You've had a difficult day today. I will leave you to sleep. Your protectorate and your vassals will be waiting for you tomorrow. Good night. Good night.
Oh, you do want to stay. Okay, so completed chapter 2.
The rise of the rogue trader Air restored a tenuous equilibrium to the Fon Valancius Protectorate. For a time, threats subsided, activity returned to trade routes, and reclaimed worlds began to heal.
Someone did a good job with the graphic animatics here. Animation, I guess.
The new Lord Captain's subjects praised the God Emperor and their leader wholeheartedly. For none knew what fate might await them.
Chitares! Squash them like boots. Okay, so that's Ablard's daughter. Oh, oops. Okay. You spent the first few hours of your morning listening to the high factotum lengthy reports on the latest trade agreement exchanges, arrangements, disputes, and countless bureaucratic procedures from outside the illuminated, tightly closed windows. You can hear the muffled sounds of Dargonis and its everyday life, life that has passed you by lately. You've been preoccupied with the affairs of the Protector from dawn till dusk. Clementia barely contains a yawn. Once generous Danrock has finished, she pulls out her data slate. Thank you for your report, High Factotum. Your work is highly appreciated both by everyone here and the Adeptus Ministratum. Your Ladyship, we are almost done here, and we just need to go over the final items on today's agenda that I would like to report to you personally. Truly, the God Emperor has blessed me with diligent subjects. Speak. Allow me to pass on gifts that from your loyal subjects, the high nobility of Dargonis. It goes without saying that every living soul in your protector is blessed by to serve your ladyship faithfully and wholeheartedly. However, this humble gesture is meant as a token of deepest appreciation for your magnanimity towards the esteemed families. All right, so we got some Mechanicus creations from Gaprak. Oh, 4 of them. Nice. House Gaprak has sent shells carrying sacred technology and manufactured parts that can be used to replace old joints and connections within mechanisms. The machine spirits of these devices have been pacified. They are slumbering peacefully as they await your decision on how to employ their capabilities. In the past, House Driftstem tripled the tithes collected from the House subjects. Your coffers are overflowing, and the governor has expressed hope that this modest gift will become a symbol of your present and future successes. That's actually not bad. Lord Captain, news of particular import has come from the House's intelligence network. Lord Inquisitor Calcazar is rumored to have planned a visit to Footfall. A number of Imperial ships were commandeered by Lord Calcazar, and they are also being scrambled to Footfall. Furthermore, we have received reports claiming that secret messages were delivered to the capital world of Houses Cordia and Winterscale. It's possible that the Lord Inquisitor's call to arms may smother the conflict that is brewing between the two dynasties. We are seeing an increased number of skirmishes between their ships in neutral systems. I do not doubt that her Ladyship Corda will attempt to sway the Inquisitor to her side. Especially since the Lordship Winterscale luck seems to be running out. Riots have broken out on several of his worlds, and yet he has shown no intention on quelling them. Instead, the road trader inflicted brutal punishments upon one of his oldest colonies, Vesusius Secundus, based on allegations and seditious sentiment. Oddly enough, our agents are unable to find any proof of sedition among the populace there. As soon as we have any updates, you will be first to know, your ladyship. And lastly, your pet Xenos, Yurlit, I believe, is seeking a meeting with you. She had the audacity to defile the Rogue Trader's palace with her profane presence and refuses to leave until she has spoken with you. We never presumed to be able to read the emotions of Xenos, but the Eldaria appeared perturbed. I believe she mentioned a void ship of some sort. It may be best if you told her everything. She told you everything directly. With that, please allow me and Master Darmok to take our leave. Perhaps the last request will serve as a welcome distraction. Indeed, your ladyship's stay on Dargonis has been rather long. However, your protectorate is now enjoying a period of relative stability that, for the time being, no longer demands your ladyship's personal involvement in affairs. Glory to the rogue trader. Okay, so let's see what Yerlit has to say. Or do I go see her? Anything in here? And we have leveled up, so we'll make sure to take a look at that. Sturdy, safe, and equipped with several bizarre mechanisms. Okay, so what shall we level up here? Weapon skill and agility, can't do anything with those. Willpower, maybe, would not necessarily be a bad one. Strength would also not be terrible. Because strength does increase my damage with my melee weapons. A lot of my damage doesn't necessarily come from the melee weapons themselves. So I'm actually kind of more partial to willpower. Alright, and then let's just grab the next Psyker, the last of the Psyker bonuses, which will put me at Psi rating of 4. Here lit, let's go ahead and level her up. So, there's not really much to do here, is there? Suppose we could give her this. That combined with the original one is an extra 20. Skill can also be rerolled failed skill tests. That's actually not terrible. I don't think there's anything particularly else that she would benefit from, really. So yeah, I think that wouldn't would work out fine since she's my source of Xenos tech or Xenos lore. Okay, and then Cassia, what do you want? We'll just go ahead and give her perception, since she can't go any higher in the fellowship. And then I actually wonder if I don't want to give her the. Apparently, I gave her Lore Xenos at one point in time. Is there one that allows me to increase her base stat? There we go. Character training fellowship. Or have I already done the fellowship? There it is, fellowship. That would be good for her, since a lot of her buffs are affected by that. Okay, Heinrichs, what do you got? Edge of Dawn. This one actually I think would be good for him. This would nuke his Lore Xenos and Lore Warp, but I don't necessarily need him to do Lore Xenos and Lore Warp. Or did I already do that with her? No, I did not. Who did I do it with? Didn't do it with him, didn't do it with her. Although I could do it with her, because she certainly doesn't need Xenos or Warp lore. Kind of partial to doing that and keeping him with the. Oh, actually, you know what? Psyker ability. Put him at Psyker level 6. Since he gains +2 from. Total Psi rating is. Is this due to some equipment? Eyes of Josesis. Josesis? Oh, okay, so. Oh, okay, that's. Oh, that would. I wonder if I don't want to move that to myself. Because I do still have 2 ranks of Dogmatic. In place of this. Whenever the wearer inflicts a damage over time effect. Whenever the wearer inflicts a damage over time effect. As soon as the wearer gains 10 stacks. Oh, right. What is up with that? They deal UIP damage 6 times, a bunch of hex code? Well, that's probably what was triggering before, now that I think about it. I think that's actually better than having wear this. Take a look at myself. Because yeah, I do have 2 ranks of dogmatic. Still haven't reached the 3rd rank of this, although I'm almost there. Finally. So it would put me at psi rating of 6. Uh, hmm. Which would increase my damage of my power sword to 6. But again, my power isn't necessarily dependent upon my how hard I hit with these swords. And it is only a +2. Whenever a wielder suffers energy, fire, power, or warp damage, the sword absorbs a part of that damage, reducing it by the psi rating percentage. So that would be -4%. The wielder gains plus psi rating on armor penetration for their next attack. And then, of course, it's additional 4 damage. So it would be 18 to 24 damage on this, just from the psi rating. If I went to the other one, it would be 20 to 26 damage, which isn't all that important because, again, a lot of my damage just comes from the fact that I do the dots, is really more important than anything. Um, so, yeah, I think it's worthwhile just to keep especially since also Heinrich's is using just this, which is a lower damage weapon, first off. So this actually, first off, puts it at 16 to 21. Um, so it helps balance that. Now here's that severed hand sword. Actually, let's take a look at that because I wanted to see this venomous strike. Melee attack that poisons enemies with toxin. Okay. So yeah, it does apply a toxin effect. I wonder if that would be better in his hand than the Will to Live one, but I don't think so. All right, so Pascal, leveling you up. There was one that affected. These ones, I think. There was also something that I got that was specifically for plasma guns, and that's why I gave him a plasma gun. And I don't remember which one it was. He's a flame weapon expert. Was it just because of the plasma gun itself? Also, I never gave him swift movements. Well, I think that's probably going to be our choice here. Probably didn't because he has a lot of movement speed already. Dendrites, technology and demolition use. Increases the perception. All the stuff specifically, yeah, this one. 4 movement points at the first round of combat. Every successful melee attack grants him +2 for the next round. Let's see. First attack in combat with any plasma, melta, or power weapon deals additional damage equal to 4. The remainder is +2 damage bonus. What is that specifically from? His intelligence bonus. Probably should put some points into his intelligence. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll go with the swift movements. And I'm curious as to why I was specifically giving him the plasma gun versus a melta gun. Was there something in his gear? Where the wearer hits an enemy with a melee attack, gains 5 temporary wounds. Tech use. Ah, this is why. Increases the damage of plasma weapons by +3. Is there any particular gloves that would be better for him? Grenadier gloves. Power grip is strength. That's actually not necessarily a bad one for him. Although the gloves also gave him the tech use, which was probably more why I picked them than anything else. Let's take a look at this and just compare it to some of the... Because we did get that focused melta gun. Let's see. Shredder, heavy stubber. Sure, shotgun wouldn't necessarily be bad in his hands either. Or just a general shotgun. Heavy plasma gun, so this is worse than the other plasma gun. This is a heavy gun, so the multi-melts is not going to work for him. Okay, so the focused melta gun, which definitely is superior in pretty much every respect, except for range. Okay, let's see, what do we got here? 20 into 26. This one actually has an area attack, while this one has only a focused line attack. The fusion gun does have better range, but worse damage. Long las, wonders, portents. I am actually kind of partial to trying this one out, simply because of its armor penetration. Oh, that's right, we did get this Eye of Hecton. Wow, that thing's powerful, holy crap. Definitely have to put that on one of our snipers. The Unstable Flamer. I thought he had Flamer weapon proficiency. And then the Shard Carbine, which we don't care about. The Arc Rifle. Arc Rifle's not terrible. Alpha Arc Rifle. Yeah, we'll go ahead and stick this on him for now. Okay, and then... have we found anything better for your melee weapon? 18 to 28. Does give him the +15 to weapon skill. Does apply bleeding. So we have 17 to 25. We do have the thunder. There was another thunder hammer. Who did I give that to? Abelard. I thought I gave you the thunder hammer. Yeah, the roaring thunder. 20 to 25 versus 18 to 28. So slightly less lower on lower, but slightly higher on the upper. So I think we're still fine with that. Fire claymores.
Okay.
Request denied.
Not seeing anything. Strike, brutal strike. Yeah, still not seeing anything. Drew card clays, 16 to 24, and these are one-handed weapons anyway, so. Oh no, this is a two-handed weapon. Bloodthirster, the named weapon is actually worse than the basic one. Funny. The Bloodseeker clave though is slightly better, but still. So better by +1. And then these are all one-handed weapons, so. Nope, I think the his axe is still his best weapon. Although I find it interesting that this power axe has sweep on it, but the other power axe does not. Got a +2 to 4 more damage than that one. Yeah. Either way, we're fine on that. So, Argenta, what skill are we going to apply upon yourself? Agility would not be terrible for her. She only has 40 strength. I thought she would have. She'd had 45 by now. Can she gain power armor? She already has power armor, even though she doesn't have strength. Okay. I think agility is still not a bad one for her. Simply for the initiative. Toughness, strength, ability. Up to the skill. Ballistic skill's already maxed out. Yeah, go ahead and give her the agility. Of course, we may come to regret that later, but yeah, the No Heresy. Let's go ahead and give her that, just because she doesn't need Lore Warp or Xenos Orb, so. And this is bonuses for everybody along with herself. So, yep. That way at least somebody's got it in the group. Okay, and then that's fine there. Okay, so before we go running out of here, is there anything really else to do? I don't think so. It's just a bunch of the same old stuff. Okay, so first off, troubling developments. Chapter 3. Chancellor Werstern brought news of troubling. Oh, right, I need to go talk to a certain Xenos. Where is she? Oh, she's literally right in front of me. Mirlet, how long? Ellen Tuck, the last you have left your ornate cage. For many a turn I sought to meet with you, and yet your servant, the one who's like the silver-haired Abelard, but twice as young, has no favor for the requests of a child of Serene. Take me into a place where the hearing of others will not seal the words intended for you. While you were mending the wounds of this world left by the Twisted One's attacks, I was able to discover, no, not Crudart's fate, merely traces of it. As Murren found sanctuary under the boughs of the Lilith's forest, so did my other kin find refuge in a system known as Atlas Reach. You must make a journey there with haste before new dangers destroy the witnesses who can show me the way to the lost Crudarch, whose fate remains shrouded by the stars. Their knowledge is the sole thread that may lead me to the truth. Elentog, I ask that your metal-winged ship take me along that thread before it tears under the strain of time and circumstances. Okay, give me the coordinates. I shall take you wherever you wish to go. You will. Thank you, Elentog.
If this path indeed takes me to the truth, I will be indebted to you. Rare happening between our kinds. All right. So, travel to the Atlas Reach system. Wait for news from the spies. All right. So, troubling development. Chancellor. Blah blah blah. So we're just waiting for the spies. So in the meantime, I guess we can go to Atlas Reach and take care of that. Let's not go out that way. Let's go out this way. Haskell, what you doing over here? My appearance has caused slight disturbance in the ranks of the service assigned to the palace. Analysis of performance rituals and maintenance needs was to produce satisfactory results. Funny. Just showing up and being like, yes, the efficiency increased just by my presence here. Alright, let's go ahead and leave. Back to the ship. Also, I should go back to the bridge. Talk to our Mr. Man here. I've Totem Generous. There you are. I'd like to do this, and let's take a look at Riza and Reputation. Nothing. Okay. So never mind. I did get some. I wonder if you would like any of those things. You would like the Mechanicus creations. Interesting. Oh, we can afford these. A Hex Rifle, which is another sniper. Oh, speaking of which, I need to make sure to look at my people and upgrade their. And what is this? Outcast Visor. I don't know if that's necessarily useful, since the only person I can stick it on is Yearlit. So, first off, sniper rifles. So, we do have this fusion gun, which I just as soon keep her with the sniper rifle. We do have this Eye of Hecton, which is considerably more powerful. Grants plus 5 MP for each attack and allows the wielder to move after attacking. If an attack with this weapon hits 3 or more targets, this attack has no cooldown. How can you... Oh, the rifle has 100% overpenetration. Ah. Oh, that's interesting. The only downside is granting MP after each attack, except that I don't typically have her move a lot. So if I was going to have somebody use it who moves a lot, it would be her. So we will go ahead and equip it to her. So we'll do that. Let's see. Plus 10 adds all skills. Plus 5 persuasion. Plus 20 to granted that. Plus 5 that. Basically, I've got all the things that just buff her skills because that's what she needs. Except for the voice of command one. And then this one gives movement to my people. Increases the range of officer archetype abilities, blade +1. So yeah, all that's good stuff. Okay, and then as for Yearlit, we did also get that Hex Rifle. So Meso Pattern Hex Rifle. First off, better penetration, slightly less damage. Let's see here. This is bonus. When this shot hits, it poisons the target with a viral toxin for 3 rounds if the enemy fails a toughness resistance test. It's actually not terrible. It's basically the same as Starblight, just with 5% more armor penetration, and that rifle inflicts fatigued and slow on targets. Although the Hex Rifle does have more max ammunition, so yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead with the Hex Rifle. Looks exactly the same. theory, we should go ahead and give you the other one, just in case I ever end up having to use you in combat. Did the repair? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Oh, she doesn't have Drakari's skills. She only has Eldari. Oh, well, actually, I wonder if the fusion rifle. The fusion rifle does have a range of 8. I will go ahead and do this. What other gear do we have that would be useful to you? You can go ahead and take this Denial of Nightmares since nobody else is using it. Ranged attacks against enemies with less than 50 wounds. Wielder gains +5 chance to reduce incoming warp damage by half for each point of deflection. Oh, this is that black and signet of the Inquisition. Where it gains +40 persuasion and the Inquisitor's Tenet ability. This ability can only be used once per combat. What does it do? Inquisitor's Tenet. The signet of the Inquisition provides beneficial powers, grants +50 momentum, removes all common and negative effects from the wearer and their allies, and grants plus persuasion divided by 7 temporary wounds, yada yada yada. Okay, that's gonna actually not go on me. That's gonna go on Cassia over here. We can figure out what we want to replace with it. Because the persuasion on this is actually really good, but then we would lose out on +20. Because I don't want to replace this one, because this would lose me +10 on everything. Although that would only be... that would lose me... this would be 130. So here, let's just go ahead and replace it and see what happens. So we're down to 130 here, 125 here, but we're up to 155 here. I also did lose some persuasion from that, or some awareness. But is she even my... no. She is my awareness one. Actually, speaking of awareness, although this struggles grant the wearer a +5 to lore with Xenos, I prefer that, because the Xenos is better than her having the other goggles. These ones. Her awareness is high enough. Oh yeah, and this outcast visor. I don't think this is that important to her. Especially since it only affects the first round of the first time they actually kill somebody. And after that, it's basically useless. Versus the other one that gives me a 10% hit chance against Xenos. But as for losing out on... where it can reroll any failed skill tests once per test. That itself is also really powerful. Far more powerful, I think, than any +40 persuasion. Let's move over to myself. So I've got this that increases my lore with the Xenos, but we don't really care about that. The main bonus here is the +10 to all my skills, which also affects my lore warp. This one is specifically for combat. Oh, whenever wearer kills an enemy with Blade Dance, other enemies adjacent to the wearer become staggered for 1 round. I don't know if that's necessarily all that important, since if I'm Blade Dancing in a group of enemies, there's a good chance I'm killing them anyway. Is there anything else besides the ring that would be beneficial to me? This is if I was using an Inferno pistol. This is for any ranged attacks, which I'm not doing. This is for pistols. This is for... if I don't move, and I'm never not moving. This is Lore Imperium. This item negates all energy damage dealt to the wearer, but cannot occur more than 3 times per combat. That's actually kind of powerful. This is tech use. This is Trojan manual. Carouse. Attacks of opportunity. The wearer did not move during their turn. They become their turn or became immobilized, slowed, stunned, or knocked prone. They gain temporary wounds. If the wearer has a conviction iconoclast, all their allies immediately gain the same number of temporary wounds. Let's see. If it stopped me from being immobilized, slowed, or stunned, that would be one thing. But reload, don't care. Force field emitter. This is for Argenta if I was going to use it. Plus 5 to tech use. No. Improved injector. No. Combat manipulator. Tarnished. Oh, and then we're into the necklaces, which the anatomist's amulet is always going to be. What is my persuasion currently? 45. This would put me up at 85. Oh no, actually it would put me at 75. Because the... well, no, it would put me up at 85 because I'd be keeping this on. So, yeah. Yeah, that's not terrible. On the other hand, I mean, as long as I've got Cassia in my group, it's kind of pointless. Because it'll always roll with her first. I actually wonder if this would have been better than the than this. Cassia. Well, no, it's better to have that on Cassia to reroll, because again, she's got the higher skills. So yeah. This, on the other hand, so also let's take a look at. I mean, does she even have? No, she doesn't even have Iconoclast, so it's completely useless to her anyway. Most of my people are dogmatic. The only one who isn't is Earlet, and she doesn't have anything because he's Iconoclast. She's heretical, but no surprise there. She's an unsanctioned psyker. She's torn between dogmatic and heretical, interestingly enough. And then Jay is Iconoclast as well. Okay, anyway. I need to take a small break to go get some fluids in me. Which, Knox, that means you need to get your butt up. And I'm definitely taking the bowl of sour cream with me this time because you seem to have an obsession with going after it every time I turn my back, you little twerp. Are there any other consumables? No, there's multiple. Okay, apparently I've just been finding these. Now I have more than one familiar. Okay, so Scribe, Service Skull, Herald, Service Skull, or Immaculate Service Skull. Go with the Scribe. Anything else in here that would be particularly useful? Pretty much it's all just drugs, grenades, medikits, Service Skulls, etc. Alright, so... yeah, anyway. Knox, come here, silly boy. Oof. Oh, goodness. Nobody ever told you you weigh a ton, Knox? Oh, purr. Purr, purr, purr. If I just sit here and pet you. Oh, scratch under the chin there. Oh, scratch, 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 scratch. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Oh, is it the spot, huh? Is that the spot? I got myself a sugar boy. I can feel your fangs. There's your fang. I
found your fang. Alright. Anyway. Oof. Hey, silly boy. Okay, so let's pick you up here. Oof. And then, so I can get up. And then let's go ahead and set you down. And there. Alright. Then I'm going to definitely take my plate and bowl with me. I will be right back. Hello, Nox. Are you quite comfortable? I see you have moved and stuck your head up, looking for something. And yes, the bowl of sour cream is not there anymore. It's because I took it with me, you little twerp. If I'd left it there, I'm sure you would have eaten it. Would have come back to it on the floor, splattered everywhere, and you eating it. Yes, just like you did right before it started streaming. Alright, next. Let me move the cords first. You can go under the cords. There you go. Okay, alright, we're back. So, let's go to the Coronis Expanse. Hello. Okay, so the place we wanted to go to, Atlas Reach, huh? How do we get there is the next question. What? Knox? Seriously? Decided to climb up right in front of the monitor. Can't see around your fat face. Yes, you. Talking to you. Want to move your butt? Thank you. Alright, question becomes is how to get there, because if I don't have, like, a way to unlock this place, am I just, like, soft locked out of it, or what? Try going here. Okay. Alien to something. You've never referred to them as Drakari because of such before. We come from the same source, we share the same blood. Even though the Drakari blood is stored in their souls empty, it is a fact that cannot simply be brushed aside. Thank you, truly, thank you. She opens her mouth and turns away, searching for the word. My words will not heal the wounds nor bring back the fallen, and they will not restore your protectorate. However, all silent, and her deep, piercing gaze seems to reach down into the very depths of your soul. Look, Alan, talk. The gaze of the child of Zorin can be very cheaper than a monkey's, and I can see all the happiness that has accumulated in your soul during our travels. I see it in your gestures, in the tilt of your head, and the change of your scent. If you allow me, this is the first time you've heard your lips speak sound so deep and sad and good. It will help you to cast off this burden and cleanse your soul and mind of worry. How exactly are you going to help me? It is difficult to describe, Elmtech, but your soul shines brightly and your mind is strong enough for you to be able to immerse yourself in your own mind and cleanse it of unnecessary cares. I'm still not sure that your species is capable of such things. I will be your guide on this journey. I will help you enter a meditative state to get to know yourself. Of course, that is, if you will let me. Immersing yourself in your soul is a deeply intimate process, but you will not be able to do it without me. And I promise you, Elmtech, that I will not judge you, your world, or anything that takes place inside. We will see only what you want to see. The Emperor's a genuine curiosity glimmer in her emerald gaze. To know a human soul is a unique opportunity for an Eldari, and your lips characteristic caution, and certainly implies that she is also
discomfited by her own keen interest. Sure, why not? Your late sound nods slowly. I wonder if that voice is still in there. That was something back from the prologue, where you get that, where Kunrad cuts you with that sword and implants some demonic entity in your brain or in your psyche, and yet they just kind of peter off with that. It like reacts a few times and then just like nothing. We did it, Alan Talk. So far, your world resembles the real one, but soon you will learn to go deeper. Remember that everyone here is just a reflection of your thoughts, feelings, and desires. Do not be afraid.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh, Cassia. Interesting. Myself. Oh, that's the. Hmm, okay, Cassie is just there. Oh, okay, so if I just move closer. First off, let's save our game here. Been a while since I've done that. So facing your own fears.
I always keep my options open.
What is this? Standing at the helm, peering into the darkness of the cosmos, you feel lonely. I should do this. You feel as lonely among the stars as I do among my own kin. Spell your loneliness. We got rid of one rogue trader and we'll get rid of her too. Everyone from the lower decks to the senior officers hate her. I hear the Vox transmissions mutiny. As long as I can still use her thrones, I don't care. Once betrayed, it is hard to put one's trust in others again, especially those closest and most loyal to us. Everyone from lower decks to senior officers hate her. I hear the Vox transmissions mutiny is brewing. Kibble. One day the Undying will whisper your name to me. I will carry out his command without hesitation, for I am your death, Daman Ravana. Okay.
Let us not dawdle.
Stop addressing an acolyte of the Holy Inquisition as you would an admirer at the High Society. When duty closes. Oh, good lord. Let me finish reading things first. Stop addressing an acolyte of the Holy Inquisition as you would an admirer at the High Society function. You are far too frivolous a person to lead such an illustrious dynasty. When duty closes around your heart like an iron trap, would you choose infamy and captivity, or would you break out of the trap and be free, leaving your wings behind? Conrad. Have you already forgotten me, Ravana, or, oh, don't ever forget me, not even a moment. Not even for a moment, because as soon as you turn away, I will plunge the shard of my sword into your throat. I don't know who this is, monkey is, but your memories of them are akin to slimy mud after the rain. Let's wash it away like spring water, shall we?
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
You're doing everything right. Don't worry, Shireen. I will happily take your place when you are gone. Hmm. Yeah, that sounds like her. Burden of responsibility lies on your shoulders, Elentok, and your soul grows dull uh, from weariness. Break the chains of exhaustion. Dispel your exhaustion. Okay. So basically, your lit is being a spirit guide to me. Okay, we got Adiri Marazah. I recognize the name, but I don't remember from what.
Is there money to be made?
Argenta, in truth, you believe in nothing at all. Not the God Emperor, the Emperor, not even people. You barely believe in yourself. I pity you. Theodora. I'm proud of you, Ravana. You have become a worthy successor and perhaps even the best Lord Captain. Some words need to hear at least once to believe them. Adira. Put in on airs, Lord Captain. You're as distant from the common folk as rusty old footfall is from Terra. That's right. This is the Dark Elder. I forgot. You just got lucky, monkey, but luck is the only thing you have. You are weak, so prepare to suffer. Only mad and the foolish never doubt their strength. The wise are full of doubt, but they know how to let go of them. Accept and let go of your doubts. Abelard. Lord Captain, your decision will doom us all. Lowly pirates perish risking nothing but their own skin. But what of you? You are putting the lives of thousands of crew members and billions of protectorate subjects in danger.
I always have a backup plan.
Passable. Till Ravana von Valencia's crimes against the sacred laws of Mount have been logged, retribution is imminent. Armor effect applied. Okay.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
The light of the Emperor alone can be our guiding beacon, yet only true God is around power. You must find peace inside your own soul. To the void with the soul, gods, and friends, only power can. Okay. Okay, so first let's read through all that. If the light of the Emperor alone can be our guiding beacon, yet only true gods grant power, is it possible to achieve peace in all corners of the universe? You must first find peace inside your own soul. To the void with the soul, gods and friends, only power can bend the galaxy to one's will. Ah ha 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 ha. Your soul resembles an untended garden where the weeds are suffocating fragile flower seedlings. Free yourself from the unnecessary burden, Elentok, and let serenity enter your soul. Let's see here. Anything out here still? Don't think so, but... Okay, then I'm guessing this is just it. Listen closely. What is this, monkey? The voice of incorporeal echo that has made your soul its home seems to sound only in your own head. Mirla's face tenses in surprise, her features becoming even sharper as she stares at confusion at the ghostly figure. She says nothing.
Why are you so surprised by these particular echoes of my world? Closely of the ghost. Strange feeling envelops your body. You feel yourself becoming lighter than air, and inside your mind, your thoughts are racing at the incredible speed. You're not aware that you are looking through the eyes of your ghostly echo and are observing from afar. All at the same time, the inner world changes under the force of your will, and you can now control your own echoes. You can now do something that you would not dare do in the real world. Resistance. You and your lips stand together in complete silence for a while, tense and awkward at first, then soft and enveloping. Feel your lips side ever so slightly, and you can hear the sadness hidden in her voice. But she remains silent until the ghostly figures around you start to disappear. It's time to return, Alentak. Your soul is not yet strong enough to endure a prolonged immersion. Take a deep breath and let it out. You awaken from your meditation with a sense of vigor and unusual calm, as if you've taken a shower under a freezing waterfall or delivered a speech in front of thousands of subjects, and your heart swells from the crowd's adulation. Ravana, you are awake. Your lid starts at her own words, realizing that this is the first time she's ever called you by your name. Your soul shines too radiantly for a human. Despite all the litter that had accumulated in your soul, you can get rid of litter. The light, try to preserve it, Ravana. It draws the eyes like bright stars in the night sky. Of course, your world is not as beautiful and serene as mine, but I was glad to see it. There's that ego again. I heard things where I've helped you find peace, even if for a short while. Till we meet again, Alentak, may the stars guide us along the safe roads. Okay, so let's go ahead and. Is there anything in here? I don't think so. Okay. Alright, back to the bridge. And back to Cornus Expanse. Okay, and then we jump to this one. Oh, so how the heck am I supposed to get there if I have no... I mean, I literally can't get there. Okay, well, we'll try jumping around this way, see if maybe that gets us there. I literally, like, soft locked myself out of the... I also still don't understand this. Why do I have two pathways to the same place? Okay, we can reduce it to this, so we can jump here from here. Okay, let's go ahead and save our game, because this is undoubtedly going to have us in some combat. Yeah, we took some damage. That's actually not terrible. Okay, let's go ahead and I guess we're just immediately going into. Wait, I thought we just took some damage. We're in combat?
I sense something
Nope.
nearby.
Oh, and there's some warp screwery. Um. Oh, and more. Yeah, as they're spreading.
doubt me.
Um. Oh, okay, here we go. Broken captives. Okay, so yeah, it is just more combat. All right. Well, that's easy enough.
Let us not dawdle. I'll make an example out of you.
Okay, so what do we got here?
Give me strength.
Just a group of enemies. Oh, we could have gone through that, huh? Oh, I don't care. All right. So, enemy there, enemy there, enemy there. These are all just weak enemies that are gonna fall in 1 or 2 hits. So the first thing we want to do is start getting some people into cover. So we'll start with you there, Cassia. You can be there. Argenta, you can come up here. Pasquale, you are going to sit right here, dead center. Heinrichs, we'll have you there. And then as for myself, start off right there, and then I can just run to wherever I need to go. So Argento gets to go after these guys. And after these guys. Well, hopefully they'll all get nicely bunched up so I can kick their butts. Cabalet Sharpshooter. Oh, where'd he come from? Kind of confused by this combat as to like where it suddenly manifested itself.
This could be an opportunity.
Oh, we got some explosives. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. Actually might explode this and see if it blows this up and then blows this guy up. We'll find out. So, let's start with this. We'll go ahead and slap this down.
I
Here.
understand your intent.
Go ahead and do killing zone strategy
must.
there. And do backline right behind it. And we'll do the rear guard right behind that. Okay, then also
This
give her a
tedium is
perfect
beneath
spot.
me.
Go ahead and shoot this. Okay, did not explode the trap, so that's unfortunate. We'll go ahead and have her do. Can't really see much, can she, from back there? She can only see these guys, huh?
You cannot force me, Elantak.
Wait, why can't she shoot? Oh, because I already shot. I'm an idiot. These guys are gonna guide to this. There's no point in triggering this. Here, just have some more of that.
Emperor, protect me.
Okay. Ow. Did she just kill his own person? Alright, so if we move you up here, and then have you shoot this direction, good chance you'll... First off, I don't want you accidentally shooting him. Please do not shoot your own teammate, that would be good. Alright, so we'll do that. That should take out all 3 of them. Okay, and then
Emperor
company
commands,
approach,
I act.
and then rapid fire.
This is unacceptable.
Okay, then
Doubt is for the weak.
killed the one guy. Still hurt Pascal too. I guess because this thing exploded. Did manage to hit him and hurt him. Go ahead
As
and
the
do this
Emperor
and make it
commands,
look like
I
we
act.
shot our own guy. And then I think we will do a running gun
Faith without deeds is worthless.
just to get you out of the way. And you can come over here and do this. Should I have you shoot there? Have you shoot there? That, unfortunately, will have you shooting your own. Whereas if we shot at this guy. Excuse me, Mom. I'm actually partial to shooting at that guy, although let's swap weapons. We can also flame everyone. Which would get all three of these guys. That's actually not a terrible one. I'm actually kind of partial to that. How much health do you guys even have? So yeah, we'll go ahead and do concentrate fire. And then we will go ahead and even do the scorching one. Because there's no reason not to.
I'll do it.
And there all but one goes. And he's liable to die from his burning and bleeding, so. Walking bomb. And even if he tries to come out, he's gonna hit or injure himself on the fires. Alright, that guy exploded. Are they all list walking bombs? They are all walking bombs. Okay, so we have to be very careful with this. That would explain why there was the explosion over here. Okay, so we will go ahead and give myself
I'm not accustomed
that.
to being ordered around.
And then we will give Inspire to myself as well. Then I might jump over here. I would use this
Isn't
because it'll
this a
give me
job for the
movement.
serfs?
However, I can not very far movement. I thought it gave me like 3 movement. It does give me 3 movement. Oh, but to move away from this guy, that explains it. Go ahead and do that because we're gonna jump here.
I'm ready for whatever comes.
Which I parried it anyway. If you were dead, they explode when they die. So that is something to keep in mind. And then we'll also use this time to give ourselves the warp speed, so we don't have to spend it on our next turn. Alright, then Cassia, go ahead and... Man, these guys are, with their exploding walking bombs is kind of annoying. Would you at least tell me how much damage this is going to do? Kind of important to know. I can shoot this guy, but it won't hurt him.
Me?
Interesting. I'm not sure why that wouldn't hurt him. Alright, so then... I can see a good reason for me to head up here and kill the Cabalite. But first, let's give ourselves this. And before we get too spread out, let's do this.
It's as good as done.
There we go.
Alright, then yes, we're gonna go ahead and head on up here.
What a peculiar thing.
That was an interesting pathway to go. Alright, then we're gonna go ahead
I'll
and
make
blade
it
dance
happen.
and kill this guy off
You
easily.
never stood a chance.
Then we will go ahead and jump down here if we can. Okay, he's dead. And then we can go ahead and just burn this guy. I do wish I could reach you with my melee weapon, but I guess it really doesn't matter. Fascinating that we have so much. If I was to do this, good chance of hitting the guy directly in front of me. Well, let's find out. Okay, he just straight up killed me. Alright. Problem solved. Does this count as a major, minor, or what? Alright. Pasquale, you are going to move around the landmine, and then move here, and then just smack. What? Apparently, telling him to move there doesn't count. Got it. Probably have to hit shift or something. Alright, so, go ahead and just take a pot shot one of these guys. You missed. Yeah, there's nothing left to do. Heinrichs, let's go ahead and get you over here. You can go ahead and just do a sweep.
Naturally.
I'll take care of these, and that will be the end of the combat. Argenta, start
The
picking
Emperor
out some
favors me
landmines.
today.
I guess the Cabalite was still stuck on left on my ship, annoyingly enough. They're annoying, that's for sure. Anything else? Got a couple of fresh
I always
injuries,
keep
but
my options open.
that's fine. Chart new routes. Gives a whole one. Wow. Alright, let's go ahead and save our game again. Now, question, do I still have those? No, the fresh injuries go away. Okay. That's good. Oof. Lord Captain, according to telemetry, we have arrived at coordinates you specified. Augurs do not register any activity on the surface of local planets, biological or otherwise, but maybe the Xenos are using arcane tech to conceal their presence. Despite this, the Augur crew managed to locate a faint signal at the system's edge. According to their data, it's coming from an unidentified vessel drifting in the orbit of a local gas giant. My kin have been faced with a new threat, scavengers like pirates or something worse, if they were taken prisoner. I'm begging you, Alantok, let us go to the shuttle. I can feel the threat of fate has frayed and is about to snap. I cannot miss what may be the only chance to solve the mystery behind the disappearance of my home. Alright, begin the scanning. 5 plasteel. I've got so much plasteel. I'm not wasting on extracting on that. Abandoned tech priest base. Before we do that, let's just first off save our game again. Local captains an unusual cluster of binary asteroids before us, rich in rare metals. They're moving to in a fairly suitable orbit, would suggest possibility of constructing a mining station. Sounds good to me. Did I do that, or is that what this is? Wow, holy crap, we're taking that. 12 adamantine, yes, please. All right, so we're going to the charged vessel. Actually, we'll stop here first. That's just some gasoline, I think. Oh, okay. Okay, we'll scan. Okay. All right, so, and I got to save our game. Just save, 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 save. Okay, so definitely taking her. I mean, she's part of my regular retinue anyway, so. Church's vessel. This looks vaguely familiar, like a place that we just fought some leftover Drukarian. Okay, intimidated officer. Okay. Your ladyship, rogue trader, what brings you to our humble ship? His body is shivering as if a feverish chill in his eyes is darting back. Stop shivering like a leaf in the wind, monkey. Answer me. Have you seen others like me in this system? If you have, tell me where, when, and under what circumstances you passed. His face grows even paler than before you, and his lips move in a wordless prayer, unable to utter a response. A whirlwind of orange and blue torments his soul. Can you not feel its gusts in the air all around us? Its hues are terrifying indeed. I have seen people like this before, afraid of their own shadow more than that. I have turned my underlings into this. He has been tortured. Who are you? We are. The Emperor, forgive me. Drukari! Trap! Saw it coming.
I'm beginning to think that your kind is eager to step into our snares.
Oh, we got gassed. Lovely. You gas, sucking in poisoned air, each breath scorching your insides with liquid fire from throat to lung. Every cell in your body is engulfed in maddening pain, as if you are being doused in molten metal, skinned alive, and subjected to yet another form of torture. You hear sounds coming from somewhere far away, the moans of your people, the shuffling of bare feet, the light footsteps slowly getting closer. Rogue Trader, a long-awaited meeting indeed. You can barely see anything through the haze of agony, but you still remember the voice well. The voice of Xenos who devastated your world. Marza's face is hidden beneath a helmet, behind a helmet, but his voice still leaves no room for doubt. He's smirking. No, what have you done? Are you dissatisfied, my kin? I promised that you would have your precious craft world survivors, and so you will. I will take you to them. I might even be there to witness your jubilant reunion. Damn you. I will strangle you both myself. He grows hoarsely as he tries to get up, driven more by rage than physical strength. Nonchalantly kicks the arm Heinrich is using to prop himself up and stumbles to the ground. Seems unlikely, monkey. Both of our fates are now mine to decide. Servo drives wine under the tech priest's scarlet robe and dogged but fruitless attempt to lift his body. The inferior flesh has betrayed me. You must have punished it poorly, Iron Monkey. No matter, as a captive, you will learn how to apply the art of torture and make it fear the very thought of betrayal. Marza takes a close look at your companion, squirming in agony, and then gestures nonchalantly to someone you can't see. Bring in the injectors, monkey. I promise to. Cervantes are among them. I do not want these riches to move an inch until they are in the hands of the Arch Machinator. As for you, there's a disturbing gleam in the Draken's eyes. You will have your share of paralysis streams too, but I'm going to keep you. You are far too precious to be surrendered to a madman playing with fire. Yurla's not a deceitful wretch. She was deceived too. Um, Uluru crossing me. You disappoint me, Monkey. I've heard the pleas of millions and the curses of billions. You can do better. Are you enjoying the space station? I had this poison made for you. Who would have thought that a monkey would one day earn such an honor, a special gift from a dragon? But your suffering, I knew the taste would be exquisite were I to add a touch of the Kakari's talents for extracting anguish. However, there will be time for that later. No matter how I wish to play with you, all one after another, I need you for a purpose, Rogue Trader. Amarok awaits you, all of you. Mandrakes, take them, leave none behind. What about our ship? "16 hours, 1 hour." So are we gonna actually go to Kamarog? That'd be interesting. You died at the hands of Drukari. The end. Your consciousness emerges from a sea of darkness and nightmares as if someone's powerful hand reaches into its depths and brought you into the light. In the dark room, long and angular shadows move around and exchange remarks. One of the shadows approaches you, ripping apart the veil of pain and revealing features that look familiar to you. You're awake, monkey. Mazra's voice is sickeningly sweet. He is looking at you with idle interest, rolling a soft and milky colored object from one hand to the other. Our toxin masters spare no effort to drag you out of the induced dream. I must commend the nightmare weavers. The emanations of fear you exuded in your delirium are worthy of the highest praise. However, it is time to finish what you were brought here for. It's time for the work of the good, for the good of the Cabal Rogue Trader. Why am I still alive? Good question, Rogue Trader. You are my tool, you see. A sharp and narrow scalpel that I will use to cut away the festering boil on the body of my cabal. I spared no effort to set up this performance. The witnesses, the spies, the agents, a small bargaining to guarantee the result. All that is required of you is to quietly play your part. I will even go so far as to put you in your native surroundings, in a matter of speaking. But if I see you stepping out of your role, I will make sure that you bitterly regret it. I'm a psyker. Shouldn't I be able to just literally rip his skull apart? Although he's a psyker too, so who knows? And it could very easily have some sort of drugs that are limiting my powers currently. Burn in the Emperor's scorching light, you filthy Vizinos. Clicks his tongue and gently caresses the object in his hand with the claws of his gloves, making it emit a little squeal. It looks like you have acquired a taste for pain, monkey. Have it your way then. Resist the inevitable and know a new facet of suffering. Jakari gestures to one of the shadows near you, and your head is forced backwards. Azari brings the hands holding the strange object closer. You manage to make out a translucent, glossy skin, bluish, pulsating organ beneath, and a little head with serrated jaws before the Drukari pushes the larva into your face. Lovely. Sensing warmth, the creature springs into motion. A moment later, it is blindingly poking at your skin. It discovers your nostril and rushes forward, stretching the skin. Ow! And tearing through the mucous membrane. Unbearable pain overwhelms you as the larva begins to force its way through the soft tissue and cartilage. Each of its movements caused a crunching noise, ew, to reverberate through your skull. The creature greedily bites into your flesh and moves upward, past the bridge of your nose, past your eyes, and then Something alien invades your consciousness. Darkness clouds your eyes, but the sensation of an alien presence does not relent. This is not a conscious mind, but something primitive yet unbelievably strong in its unknowable pursuit. It is crawling around in your thoughts, scratching them with its sides and changing their shape. Perhaps this is all just a bad dream, a quirk of the intellect exhausted by endless troubles. Column of a mind too weak for the burden of what it was made to carry. Stray light dawns at the edge of your perception. Well, unfortunately, I failed the browsing test.
You have disappointed us, rogue trader von Valancius.
Okay, so now we're in combat, or will be. Lord Captain, I have received an astropathic message from Dargonos. Achilles Skylar reports a Xenos raid against a merchant ship in the Gartafol Calamity, whatever that is. New message from this is Achilles aides that report the Xenos leader will be heading an attack on the paradise world of Grantis. They're trying to find out about Skylander, I guess. Oh, I'm on my ship. We've identified the breed of Xenos that poses the
Rise
threat
to the
the
top,
Aldari,
or get
humanity's
left
ancient
in the
enemy and
dust.
insidious foe. Well, Drukari, but yeah. Who's this I'm talking to? I focused all my attention on investigating the attacks across your protectorate. I suspect there was something bigger behind the Xenos attacks, but yeah, they're literally just trying to find information about Skylander, I guess. How is it that you were the only soul who managed to escape the trap on Rakad Minoris? How much truth is there to the rumors that the heretic Kunrad Hoiker is spreading about you? It's Lord Inquisitor. So they're literally going through my memories right now. Also, we can swap weapons. I'm going to ignore any minor liberties that you esteemed can afford yourself, yada yada yada.
Is there money to be made?
Do my eyes deceive me? Explain yourself, Type. Why is there a shard of crude art in your chamber? Oh, that is interesting.
You are accused of consorting with Xenos, betraying the Imperium, and neglecting the interests of humankind.
Yep. So in other words, it's trying to pulsating strands stretch from underneath Cassia's headpiece, one wrapped around her neck, while the others drain her lifeblood through the weeping eyes, Zaka's mouth, yada yada yada. Alright, this is all my dead compatriots, I'm assuming. Argentus skin is mauled with an intricate pattern of scarlet blisters. Passing rays of light, and a passing ray of light reflects the countless tiny blades that look sprouting from Indiri's body. All the cold trader's bones were broken, her augmented arm was ripped from its socket, and the bones of every finger on the remaining hand were twisted and sticking out at strange angles. Lovely. Pascal's augmentics were separated but not extracted from his body. The places where they connect to the organic tissue teem with predatory millipedes feasting. Lovely. That's just lovely. Abelard's limbs are amputated and then sewn back onto his body with remarkable skill and precision using human tendons. Here's just nope, okay.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
And Theodora again. Oh,
The
here we go.
Tribunal is waiting for your explanations. Come closer.
Said the Inquisitor. And here comes our principal witness, the rogue trader herself. If the presented evidence was not enough to convince you, Her testimony will conclude this confusing case full of oath-breaking lies and heresy. You drag this girl into this trial and now expect someone will lend an ear to this lowly heretic's testimonies? I thought better of you, Interrogator Van Cullix. I'm so very wrong. Enough, let her speak. The sooner this business is concluded, the better. Then let us continue. Shielded by the powers of the warrant trade granted by the Imperium, Theodora von Callistius more than once allowed herself to be openly collaborate with Xenos. She plunged her entire protectorate into apostasy and heresy, including the current rogue trader, and went out of her way to prevent the Inquisition and me personally from maintaining order inside the Expanse. During the rogue trader, does the rogue trader admit to fraternizing with Xenos, serving them as a puppet, rejecting Goblin Mirror's light, blah, blah, blah. I actually do have a pretty high willpower bonus, but um, I can't go with the Iconoclast. Died, you said, but who are you talking to if you did? Get one simple truth into your head. Your role in these events is negligible. You shall think me the Emperor in Golden Throne, if so, uh, and think me dead if it strikes my fancy. Let's see. You shall think me the Emperor on the Golden Throne if I choose so. If this is not the matter right now, that just look at the direction and it makes me sick. Why must I speak to this filth? Heinrich bends over with a crooked smile. Rogue trader, are you all right, or was your heretical association with the Xenos so disruptive um, that you lost your mind? The mocking words do little to hide his irritation. The interrogator is obviously displeased with the turn the conversation is taking. The Inquisitor leans forward slightly at the sight of your anguish. For a brief moment, the boredom in his eyes is gone. It was amusing. It was amusing, but the joke is outstaying as welcome. Theodore shoots the interrogator a nasty look. It is painfully obvious this heretic is dancing to your tune. Her word against mine. You had lost before you even unsheathed your blade. You need not worry, dear Lord Captain. This is. It was not my intention to bring up unsupported claims. Produces a data slate and skillfully manipulates it. The rogue trader uncovered the crimes of the Eldari on the most important agri-world of the Von Valencia's protectorate, which feeds many Imperium colonies in the Expanse. But instead of purging the planet, the Xenos menace, they allowed the Inhumans to take refuge. In the shadow of her power, they are corrupting the Janus society even as we speak. And who knows, maybe another rebellion will not be long in coming. The rogue trader has often been accompanied by a Xenos companion, and although the war of trade does allow to grant sanctions to individual specimens, what is this if not the confirmation of the Von Valencia's loyalty, blah, blah, blah. Rogue traders' ties to the Drakari, a different subspecies of the Eldari, um, are just as obvious. Who else would help her divine to carefully prepare plans of Drakari, if not Drakari? Ravana von Valencius always ended up in the location of the next Drakari raid, allowing her for certain where they were going to. Um, no other options besides submitting to the Xenos, huh? Hmm. Or submitting to the illusion, rather. As you can see, this is a confession straight from the horse's mouth. What other evidence can the court possibly seek? At this point, the tribunal probably wants to know the true intentions of Von Bentley's dynasty. Are the rogue trader claims she's been waging war against Drukhari. This, except, was there really a war? Was it another carefully staged performance? Allow me to explain what actually happened. Ron personally invited the Drukhari to her worlds, and then used their strength and resources to sow chaos in the expanse to gain leverage over her rivals. It is very convenient to play the victim while working with those who rob your neighbors blind and terrify worlds you pay, you tribute. How much did you profit from this rogue trader? Uh, I suppose I can save. No. Well, win or lose. Hey, rogue trader, you're destroying your only chance to make yourself useful to the Inquisition, to me personally. Do not tempt fate, do not resist the examination. Are you really saying your war with the Drukhari was not a hoax? Then how did you and your foolish subjects know the coordinates of the enemy's ships every time? So, is Achilles a Drukhari? That is a question. How did you know your targets? Did you think your experts on all things Xenos were shrewd enough to divine the carefully devised plans of the Cabal's finest? No, only other Drukhari could do that, and even then, only a few. This means you were in collusion with them. Bull-headed stubbornness does not befit a woman of your pedigree, rogue trader. But since you have decided to deny everything, I will summon another witness. I am sure everyone will find it interesting to explore this sword story from another angle. In the court, if the court so desires, my speech will run like a river and wash away your doubts. I found a shard of my home in the rogue trader's chambers. An entire craft will vanish among the stars, and the only clue to its fate resting in the hands of this monkey. That was when I began to suspect she had something to do with the misfortune that had befallen Crude Arch. Do not be deceived by her breed. There is a cunning predator lurking behind the flutter of the fragile butter wings. Butter wings. Butterfly wings. The monkey before you is a bizarre amalgamation of qualities not usually inherent in her feeble species. She has mastered the mysteries of many of this world's cultures, the secrets of the universe and ancient artifacts, the fine art of war, the intricacies of deceit, all are embodied in a single monkey, however hard it may be to believe. However, the thread that bound our path broke the moment I realized the monkey's involvements in the disappearance of my homeworld. To flee the rogue trader, I tracked down and eliminated her chief tracker, who has pursued our kin in this part of the galaxy for many years, and thus earned clemency before this court. So Achilles did not simply vanish, you helped him disappear. I say he had only himself to blame. An agent who cannot recognize an impending threat is useless. Eric stepped and nods with satisfaction, noticing your reaction, or rather the lack of it. The court has been presented with enough evidence. I hope no one is harboring any doubts as to the guilt of Von Valencia's dynasty. But let us allow the rogue trader to say her final words. We are all curious to know what you have gleaned from this inquiry. Now I see that I've been blind. The Xenos have been fighting one another all this time, and I was an unwitting cat's paw. So I'm guessing. Not really. Could at least clean up. Achilles Scalander. It was a Drukhari? Or maybe an Aldari. Those spells lifted, staggering pain pierces your body, darkness clouds your vision, and nausea creeps into your throat. But the wounds you manage to forget soon remind you that you are still alive. Weakness of your subjects is an insult to the Council of Archons and the Supreme Overlord of Kamarok himself. I mean, my Lord Xenos is terrible, so. commanding, inhuman voice tears you from the abyss of agony. You see an unknown Drakari in the center of the chamber, whose presence alone causes your insides to clench. Instead of fighting and ripping what they are owed from Destiny's hands by force, they dare to crawl into the Dark Palace begging for favors. Look at the female Drukari. The Xenos wearing armor encrusted with jewels and stands calmly next to her speaker. Such behavior is typical of Xenos occupying the higher tier of Drukari, which means you're facing one of the Archons. Look at the Drukari upon the throne. One half of his face is hidden behind a golden mask with an intimidating visage. Hey, Nox. Hey. Showing a malicious, sharp-toothed leer. The Xenos' elaborate armor is decorated with skulls and patches of human skin impaled on countless blades and hooks. Ew. Uh, he carries himself with authority and ease as though he's the ruler who holds the threads of fate of all those presently tightly in his grasp. Look at Yerlit. Yerlit absorbs every word, occasionally wincing in pain, covering her weeping wounds. Her posture and gestures are full of tension, like prey cornered in a pack of predators. Yerlit shrinks under the hungry gaze of those around her. Look at Marza. Smug grin has fled Marza's face. He clutches the hilts of his blade and casts his vicious look at the female Drakari in sumptuous armor. Listen to the conversation. With the greatest respect, Mehdi, Marza Azur-Ki, Archon of the Cabal of the Black Heart, first among the chosen, voice of the Overlord, blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, dude. The Council of Archons has heard enough platitudes to track on Tarzan, but no longer wishes to. Sly intrigues, ruthless chills of the jagged eyes, turned lips, tongue, something. A vitriol verbose, the cut and thrust keep time with fate's own machinations graves. It's a Harlequin. Interesting. But whose deft footwork leads to naught but dust, while from its brutal finish none can save. This play the puppet master grant me through murky stalls and a path obliging. Puppet master, has Hezvek himself invited you to this chamber? The Archon chokes on his own words, but quickly regains his composure. No matter, you may be our guest, our name, but you are merely a specter in this performance, our spectator. Spectators do not belong on stage. As you undoubtedly know, do not interfere. The stranger presses delicate lips to a sorrowful mask and says with a twinkle, "The shadow in the shadows I will be." The bright motley hollow suit, the mask hiding its owner's face, the graceful, subtle movements. Before you stands a Harlequin, another representative of the multifaceted Eldari race. The Xenu catches your eyes and nods. For a moment, the play of shadows on the mask appears to twist its expression into a mischievous grin. Recall what I know? Oh, there you go. You have heard many gruesome tales about the atrocities of the Drukari, but the cruelest and vilest always involve Astrubale, Vect, the Archon of the Cabal of the Black Heart, the supreme overlord of Kamarug, and the most dangerous of all his dark kind. Damn Xenos, I will burn you all in this den of heresy. That's just. I think it would be best just to make them not know me. Because if we want to make it out of the heart of the city alive, listen to the conversation. The Archon addresses a female Drukari standing beside him, his eyes alight with mockery, not directed at her, however, for he is still looking at Marze. How does the Archon intend to pay for her Cabal's blatant disrespect? I am waiting for your reply, your Maris, and my patience is growing thinner with each breath you take. Marzi's eyes widen, filled with astonishment and disbelief. It seems that he seems to have been certain of the outcome and did not expect what he is hearing now. His lips twist in a rage snarl, hatred directed at Xenos on the throne, yet it finds no outlet under the gazes of dozens of Drukhari in the chamber. I humbly bow before the Council of Archons and apologize for this outburst on behalf of the Cabal. Allow me to prove my respect to you with a humble gift. Points at you with a blood finger and flashes a satisfied grin. The Drakon of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest himself and his amusing monkey plaything with their entourage of hapless freaks will enter your arena and fight the best warriors from the crowd's for the crowd's amusement. A muffled chuckle can be heard from under Nazar Kai's mask. Comrades accepts your gift, Yermes, but what should I do? For Mazareth is first among your blades. Should I cast him out of the palace and condemn to disgrace? Or should I be merciful and allow him to leave the chamber on his own? The Archon's chilling gaze falls upon you. I think I know who will make this difficult decision. The creature who's muling Council of Archons was meant to heed. Is that not right, Marzi? You will receive what you have been longing for. You will be the monkey who decides your fate. Azrael's face contorts in despair. His gaze shifted from the Archon's view, then to Yermes back, but he does not dare utter an objection. Mazri was a worthy opponent. Let him go for the arena to the arena himself. The void with you, Xenos, come. Listen, remember, in the Emperor's name, I shall end you all. I just as soon not play in with these Xenos games. Beat him half to death and throw him out like rubbish. Spit and disgust. The lesser race are disgustingly primitive. The Ark, ignoring your words. I didn't even say anything. The monkey cannot even decide the fate of its enemy, and you were hoping that someone here would lend an ear to his words? Amusing. The arenas of Kamarag will devour you and your playthings. Draws his blade and prepares to fight back. The Archon's nod in satisfaction, making an unfamiliar gesture. The guards draw closer. Let us return to you, Yermerus. The Harlequin's laughter interrupts the Archon as echoes under the vaults of the chamber in a resounding baritone. And all the masks upon your mark now stand. The slave of vanity, the spire ascends. The thief and the traitor cast downward by her hand. Unbeknownst to all, their fate depends upon a lead unseen, a player green. Harlequin leans forward and eyes you with genuine interest. Is that how you treat the hospitality of Comrade Arbining? The Archon angrily balls his fist, the shadow of his wrath hanging over the Eldari interloper like a reply. Thought your words were worth more. You insult me by interrupting the trial again. Xenos sweeps the theatrical bow without taking his eyes off Azarki's face. You Archons speak just rebuke in truth. Fate's melodies and snarls fantastic have trapped me here, and when I heard them play, I could not keep my lips from grinning wide. Here comes the hour for shadows to retreat, to where the curtains wait to rise, the laugh, no beginning, and now sends forth the call. Did he just hit me, or did I just... The world is an impenetrable haze of warm pain, my motionless snow. You rest. In the murky gloom, slowly dissolving into nothingness, sometimes your repose is troubled by unpleasant, persistent tremors coming from the place where your legs used to be. You do your best to ignore them. Away, you vulture, this is not your prey. A vaguely familiar voice reaches you through the curtains of darkness, but your disobedient thoughts refuse to reveal where and when you have heard it. Was it just recently, or 100 lifetimes ago? The trembling comes from your legs, is replaced with violent jerk motion, and then it finally stops. From this phantasmagora retreat, the deftly sees my merchant vagabond. The puppet master's strings left dangling. Again, rise up to take your place and dance. The spark ignites in the darkness, and its light ruthlessly cuts through the gloom that envelops you. An ugly image of the reality around you assaults your retina. You can feel your body again, realize it's filled with pain. Your shoulder is sore from an injection. Until I get a cup of recaf, my vital status is yet to be determined. Alas, the bliss of death will save you not. The whirling waltz of chance and gloom will dance. A prickling sensation burns your shoulder in the darkness at last fully withdraws your mind. However, whatever the injection was, is making your heart beat frenzied tattoo, and your pupils narrow so that you now register every detail of the disgusting place in which you have found yourself with merciless clarity. Every inch of your body suffering, satisfied with the result, you cannot delve into the detailed examination of misfortune. All your equipment is gone, as are your shoes. You do not even have a knife or hand to fend off enemies, or to open your veins. Look around. You're surrounded by dead, numerous corpses, mutilated bodies, and pieces thereof. Humans, Minari, and other xenos familiar. You lie motionless in this gruesome mortuary, looking for it. Your eyes refuse to focus on the blurry face of the person who came to your aid. He appears to be tall, and your mind hypothetically refuses to continue. For every moment of concentration causes you suffering. I have seen you somewhere before. Who are you? A dream, obscure of death, deliverance, illuminated will, and agony. Where am I? Among the shadows and the wings you lie, where taut are pulled the master's strings. The stranger intricately links his fingers to mimic the pool of the tear. My companions, where are they? Not here. The roles have been decided now. But if you play your part, perhaps the plot will draw you back together or to doom. This overture is in verse. The final lines: the merchant's time to tread the boards has come. Gift from beyond the grave. A one-handed pistol, except that I'm home melee. The merchant's time to tread the board has come. Embark now upon your pilgrimage, and take my parting gift, a humble prop. Attempt to rise. Your body has suffered too much to obey your mind, or rather, that is how it would have been for someone else, perhaps, but not for you. You have lived through worse. Anguish, torture, and torture could never break you now. You will rise to your feet and press on. All that is left is understand is why you should. All that is left to understand is why you should. Remember all the people whose lives depend on you. Ravana gained the power of honor, plus 10 toughness, permanent, iconoclast, nice. So my toughness has gone up. You get up, your body aches and rebels against you, but your tempered mind is stronger than mortal flesh. You draw yourself up straight and naked in your surroundings. Corpses smell at you with warmth and whisper light. It's over. You join us.
Keep your wits about you.
Okay. Well, first off, I guess we'll equip this. I mean, there's nothing else we can do. Even if it is... Let's save our game. These corpses fell down here from above. You hear them whispering about the beauty of their long descent and the cruelty of the impact that broke their bodies. Okay. Hands off, this corpse is mine. Ugly Baker is nigh impossible to identify. This horrendous spawn dressed in rags as human being, or rather a genetic anthem descended from human beings. The mutant's hideous appearance is complemented by brutal scars on a partially flayed face. You seem to have an equally poor impression of the wretched beggar. He sizes you up in rafts. You look like Croc's Pat. How are you still breathing with wounds like that? Perception, the beggar features are too appalled to the point of being offensive to look upon. My agility is only what? Walk away from the beggar. Reek of blood, and that's not good. The smell draws a lot of attention around these parts. I'm out of here. Why is my agility only 30? Deformed bones, agony of flaying, hamstrung, and perception. Lovely. That's all these debuffs.
I won't let it define me.
Unfortunately, I basically have nothing. Can you give
Failure
me
is
a
just a
melee weapon at
temporary
least?
setback.
Passive Voikar, he kills your people, tore down the banner, and replaced it with a heretical rag. Nope.
Just as I planned.
Oh hey, a multi-key. Your wounds barely hurt at all, and your body feels surprisingly light. And yet I'm sitting there coughing. Okay, got it.
I won't let it define me.
Okay, is there any other items I can search around here? Your wounds barely hurt at all, and your body feels... Okay, is there a reason we keep saying this?
I always get the job done.
Oh hey, a skin patch. Removes 1 trauma. Can I actually use that?
I'll make sure to return the favor one day.
Did that actually work? Because it doesn't feel like it did. Let's go ahead and save our game and try it again. Is this considered a trauma?
I owe you a debt.
No. Okay. We'll reload our game then. I may have lost one, but who knows, maybe it'll come in handy later. Okay, so, this is an interesting construct. Has this got anything to talk about? Hands off, this corpse is mine. Okay, so...
I always keep my options open.
Take to the pit. We don't necessarily want to go that way. Whatever the dead have, take it. Your wounds barely hurt at all. Again, I'm coughing here, but... Okay. Don't hurt me, I've got nothing for you to take. Okay, here's some more stuff we can search. Go ahead and save our game. There's so many dead people around you. How? You must be Voikar, damn what is credited to your crew. Its pleasant voice, the strange device, invites you to put your hand in the depths and press the activation button. That seems like an incredibly bad idea.
Rise to the top, or get left in the
Enormous
dust.
eye stares at you through the glowing portal, or rather the portal is the eye of something enormous, and its maw patiently waiting for you to step inside. Okay. Don't hurt me, I've got nothing for you to take. Yada yada yada.
yada 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 yada. You fool, do you have a death wish? That's why they came here. But, still going to try and something. Okay. Told you not to let them see you. They're hunters, damn butchers. Okay, so. At least my athletics should be decent. So.
That's how it's done.
First corpse is her face. It's the killer standing nearby.
Is there money to be made?
I like to loot the corpse, but something else to loot as well. Yeah, there we go.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
And then there's something over here apparently. Jet bike. Of course, I don't have any skills for using Drukari weapons if that's what I find. Well, at least some boots. Okay, so we'll put the boots on. We'll go ahead and put the grenade in here. What's going on here? Shriekers. Seems like an incredibly bad direction to go.
Keep your wits about you.
There's something over there I can snag, or no? Okay. Oh, apparently I can't use this again for some strange reason.
I always have a backup plan. I will wipe your disgusting presence
Okay, well, I'm probably about to die. Melee. Shooter. Melee. Well, it didn't affect my weapon skills, so I might be able to actually succeed in this. The question, of course, becomes whether or not I can...
Flinch.
Ow. Use my psyker powers, which I can. So we'll warp speed first. And we will go ahead and flick you with... Apparently I can't do this.
I refuse.
Specific weapon required? You mean the knife? Say the next successful attack. Doesn't say melee attack, it just says attack, so let's give it a try.
Who, if not me?
But he dodged it anyway. Yeah, I'm probably about to. Oh, it's still parrying. Ow. Well, parrying that one, but not that one.
Catch my breath.
Let's go ahead and heal ourselves.
I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen.
Hey, well that does work. It's just probably gonna die from these two.
I'll see
But
to it
this.
personally.
Go for the
It's as
melee
good as
one.
done.
Missed. Okay, well he suffered, but he's probably gonna turn to me.
Just need to tough it out.
And he's gonna kill me. Oh no, I parried.
My battle
But
is
I
not
died from.
over.
Yeah, I kind of expected that. Load less save. All right, so definitely need to make sure I'm stealthy. Okay, pause and give me. Wait, pick up the knife. Where'd it go?
Let us not dawdle.
God damn it. Oh, I think I did a dumb and sent it to the Oblivion, essentially.
I always keep my options open.
Yeah, that's what I did. Alright. And then the next thing we're gonna do is replace you. Put you in the offhand if we never need you, but this way we can still use our blade dance if we need it. That would have really helped out in that last fight. Okay, and then you are going
Always
that
keep your
way,
eye on
which
the
means I
prize.
should be able to sneak in here, take all this stuff, and then sneak back out. Or stay right there because we don't have. Also, possibly should have used some of the grenades there. Too bad I can't use the Incubus armor for anything. No way. Shoo. Okay, so we made it past that. We're gonna go ahead and save our game. I'm not sure what to do here. Your wounds barely hurt at all. Your body feels surprisingly light. Okay, so why does it keep telling me that? Arcane weapons discharged from Theodore at this point, or you consider this. Am I still like brave forces spending their every waking moment training after all of their turn at any moment to try to take over your ship again?
Keep your wits about
Okay.
you.
There wasn't anything else to loot there besides the knife and the gun and the useless armor. Because I can't use. I don't even know why they give you a Drukhari set of armor there. It's just literally nothing you can use. There is no skill that allows you to wear Drukhari armor. The only one who has that skill is. If you surrender to the coffin and lie down, it would be easier to breathe and your lungs will stop burning. Okay. The den you find yourself is filled with heady smoke, and the walls are lined with living shadows. The center of attention is a snake like Xenos. He is engaged in conversation with a harried looking Drakari and pays you no mind, much like everyone else in here. You heard about this breed of Xenos, the Slith. These creatures can be found in the entourage of powerful Drakari lords, where they serve as bodyguards and champions. They are just as depraved and vicious as their masters, but there is more primitive intellect, and they are driven to by baser needs. Everyone around here is armed. They all bear scars and even have fresh wounds. You notice a few humans among the Xenos. They clamor in a mash of tongues, and their laughter rings with lunacy and bloodlust. The air is thick with an all-pervading sense of doom. Doom! Your trained eye does not fail to notice that virtually everyone in this place is under the influence of some substance or other, and the powerful ones at that. It seems that you have wound up in a narcotics den. Observe the scaled. The leader of the gang is powerfully built. His scaled hide is reinforced with engraved metal in several spots. His long tail coils around and around in his snake-like, as a snake-like head sways gently from side to side. Xenos is enjoying the state of blissful relaxation. His companion, the gaunt Drakari, is looking at him obsequiously. Her entire body is adorned with hundreds of embedded steel beads and thousands of red injector marks. May we speak? Either fails to notice your presence or is simply ignoring you. Iridescent eyelid membranes slide over his eyes, momentarily showing him, no doubt, telling look among his kind. Without deigning to look at you, the cadaverous Drakari mutters, "Malice wants you to disappear, pathetic whelp." Um, I mean, I don't know why I'm talking to this guy in the first place. Why did I bother walking up to him to talk to him in the first place? I see absolutely no reason. So, yeah, bye. Why were we even here? Go ahead and save our game here. Because this says try to fix the mechanism.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Okay. So what mechanism did I fix besides the... Is there a purpose to this? Let's save our game. Bunch of shriekers. The convector has been repaired. Help me. Why should I? The convector fixed convectors. What's the point in me helping you? Little strength you had left in you has run out the collapse to the floor, and the darkness has extinguished your mind permanently. Through the drum beat. Fine, patch up the human lean. She proven to be more useful than the rest of you put together. Okay, well, good. That means they're gonna... Sensation slowly returns to you. Your body is still in pain, but you are no longer on the brink of death. I wasn't aware I was on the brink of death. I mean, I kept coughing, but I was saying my body felt light. Your wounds have been crudely closed with metal clamps, and your throat is packed with injector tracks, as though you were been wearing a neck pillow of needles. The one who rendered this first aid to you was certainly not qualified surgeon. Someone who would typically be permitted to administer to the person of an illustrious rogue trader. It looks like you're back with us. I don't know whether to offer you my congratulations or commiserations. Scaled Xenos looks at you without the slightest deference. Wait silently for the Xenos. Enough lying around. Get up and we'll discuss how you're ready to pay for your rescue. As soon as you stand up, you are seized by a strange sensation of unreality, as if you are still there in the wicked darkness and everything around you is merely a twisted mirage. Doubt seeps into your mind like poison, sundering its contact with your body. You have to make a deliberate effort to hold on to the thought that you are you. Dying parasite in Rugfair's body is poisoning your mind with a hallucinogenic toxin. Lovely. What is your mind maggot giving? What is your mind maggot giving? I saw it latched onto your spinal cord when we were being patched up. A fat, well-fed grub it was, with lots of teeth. It's dying now. They have a short lifespan, and that means its poison is especially toxic. You lose touch with reality from time to time. When the mind maggot dies, the final dose of poison will make you think your body is not your body at all, and and then your heart will just stop beating. I could have pulled the thing out, of course, but I thought, why should I? Perhaps it is a guarantee of your gratitude towards me. When you've earned your healing, I'll release you from it. Well, we know who he is. He's Malice. Where am I? Comrade, the Dark City, and their side of an existence, the realm of Drukari. You heard of it humanly. Why did you decide to help me in the end? You are a cocky-willed but feeble like members of your race. Your cockiness has not got you killed yet, which means you must be someone important, and you might be useful. What is a mind maggot? A kind of translucent slug. It's a parasite that can only be found on this side of reality. Mind maggots feed on your memory, and they inject toxic hallucinations into your mind to stop you resisting. Drakari can train these creatures and use them to show their victims devious mirages. Who are you? I'm Malice. The rabble you see here are my shriekers. We are gladiators, the bleeding meat of the fatal thirst combat arena. We are the beasts who go out there to kill and to die and glorious deaths for the entertainment of the Dark City. And this den is our pleasure ground. What do you want from me? Kill for me. Go into the Mangle Sector, find a freak called the Commissar, one of your kind, and spill his guts for me. Do that, and you will earn my favor and the chasm that counts for a lot. Can I help you, Mr. Knox? Oh, what? Oh, what, Mr. Knox? Who is this Commissar? A prisoner of the Drukari who thinks too highly of himself. Instead of dying in the arena without any fuss, he's hiding, gathering other slaves of your race around him, and making pathetic plans to get his revenge. And many of your kind are listening to him. See how humanly shriekers there are? Humanling. Humanling. La la la. Humanling. They used to all come to me, but now they listen to the Commissar and no longer come. The Mangled Sector, what an off-putting name. It's an off-putting place. It's the base of the spire in which we live. Kamarag is stitched together from scraps of various dimensions, and in the Mangled Sector, the seams are starting to rip. The space is collapsing in on itself, and tropic radiation is off scale, spawning all kinds of abominations. The sector itself is slowly but surely turning into nothing. You'd have to be insane to set foot in a place like that. Insane or an outcast like the Commissar, hiding from the hunt, or you. I'm gonna need a more serious weapon. Prove that you're useful first. Do this and Malice will see that you have decent toys to play with, but not before. In the meantime, you can pick something out of a junk pile. Gestures to container half full of shoddy equipment. Well, at least I'll hopefully get a second second melee weapon. Why do you want me to do it? I don't want to drag my whole gang in the Mangle Sector. The place will kill off 3 times more fighters than the Commissar's crew will. That means I need to send an assassin. The Commissar's fighters know my shriekers, but nobody knows you, and besides, you don't have a choice, which means you'll see it through to the end. I'll say this for now, just to get him out of my face. We could say this. That's what you think. I'm not going to punish you for your disobedience. You'll think about it, realize on your own that you won't survive without friends. You'll need shelter, weapons, and a healer. And I need what's sitting on the Commissar's shoulders. Bring me his head. In exchange, I will share my toys with you. They will make surviving Comrade possible. And if you think of lying to me and running, when you're on the street, look for a humanly dressed in red with a cog in his, on his chest and his face full of misery. See how he's dying alone with nobody to help him. Your death will be just the same. So the commissar sounds like it's Abelard. Um, Hour of Honor. Fresh injury. Where's this weapon crate?
Failure is just a temporary setback.
Okay, well, I didn't expect to
Rise to the
that.
top, or get left in the dust.
Where's this crate full of weapons? Gladiator pile, there we are. Alright, so we got all kinds of toys. A great sword. Dual swords. Definitely can take those. We might actually use the axe and a knife, or axe and sword. Go ahead and take all this, because who knows when we might actually need it. Here, just move. There we go. Alright, so collect all, and then let's start first off getting loot. Fortunately, this is chainmail, no light armor here. Go ahead and take that. Axe or swords. Take the axe in my primary hand, the sword in my offhand. Could put the great sword in my. Might actually just end up using the great sword, although it doesn't really matter which one I use, because again, my damage isn't based on the weapon in my hand. My damage is based on the bleeds and toxins I can apply to enemies. Tearing the fabric, reality, sparking entropic energy, capable of unraveling the threads of matter itself.
Let us not dawdle.
Okay, so I'm assuming I need to go out this direction then. No, put it back. Put it back. Don't pull anything out of me. Overly. Beggars. That's malice. To the streets of the castle. Okay, so back out.
Is there money to be made?
That's where I want to go, apparently. Flash of certain pain causes the contents of your skull to burst into flame. I think as a psyker, if nothing else, I can burn this thing out. Excuse me, Ma. Oh, there go my brains. Alright, so... Oh, there's some goods. Gimme. Oh, okay.
I always have a backup plan.
Alright, guess I didn't particularly need that one knife. Oh well. I'm assuming this is the pathway I need to go. Find Yurlit. The Eldari runs a hand over her face before turning to you. Her pale skin is tightly stretched over the bones of her skull. Her eyes have lost their glimmer. Her neck is stooped under an unseen burden, yet you still recognize her. Yurlit, your former companion, the reason for your imprisonment within these dark walls. Glances at you, her eyes widen, but that is the only change you detect in her. Whatever emotion may be feeling, she's suppressing them well. You're alive. Your voice, do I hear a semblance of jubilation? How can that be, Yoke? Because of you, you, one of the Xenos who were watching your torture, the silent victim, steps forward. Did the monkey come for a taste of pain? When you You must have patience. Our little guest still has so much suffering to extract from her first victim. Your prey is far from empty. Your lit. Do not hold back. Your grips the blade in her hand. Immediately winces. Her spirit is stone is emanating a red glow. She touches it with an expression of anguish. Rip the blade out of him and kill the Drukari who just spoke. Why are you doing this to her? Our little guest has learned the art she and her kin lost eons ago. The art of delight unhampered by meaningful taboos, the art of extracting rapture from another's flesh against the will of its own, the art of walking the path of Drukari. Isn't that right? The path of not right, they're brainwashing her. Once Yola opens her soul to our ways, she will have a home once more among our kind. If she refuses, well, then she will have to give up the bauble she's wearing as a flimsy shield against sheet and thirst. There is no cause for alarm. When we're done here, our little sister will need her spirit and stone no longer. I'm partial to this one, or this one. Are you inviting me to come with you? Inviting me to the stars, Alentak? You are losing focus, sister. Your spirit stone is at... Good job! Your is swift and precise. The blade pierces Jakara's throat, and he collapses, catching the wound, drenching the floor with his blood. His kin has moved to draw their weapons, but freeze, transfixed by the sight of their brother thrashing in agony. Enough. It is hard to tell whether Yurlit is shouting or wailing. Enough of this senseless, aimless torture. This is not my path, and it will never be mine. She turns to you with a faint glimmer of hope in her. But first I must ask, after what I did, drive away the night of my blindness with the morning rays of clarity. Have you truly found the strength to forgive me? Your reason makes no difference to me. I forgive you. We will yet have words about your deeds. Now, however, it's time to leave. I will take whatever help I can get. Even if you have lost your way, I will be there to help you find it again. Pain in Yurlit's gaze gives way to another new emotion, tender and immeasurably sad. My eyes were blind to overlook the generosity of your soul. If only I had cast off my doubts that had coiled around me like venomous serpents. If only I had sought to share my pain with you, perhaps we would not be standing in the snare of the dark city now. I know you have many questions for me, Ravana, and I'm about to give you every answer, but please, let us first depart this horrible place, away from the nightmares that sink their stings into the darkest recesses of my rapt soul. Okay, so first thing we can do is loot you. I unfortunately can't use that. And I can't use that, but we're going to take them with us anyway. We can always go back through and loot all this stuff. Okay, so, but she can use it, and she can also use this. And she can also use this, which I did find before, so that's useful. I don't think there's anything else for her to be able to use, though. I don't suppose you know of a path, of a way to get this thing out of my skull that's killing me.
Keep your wits about you. I always get the job
The
done.
beggar's job, corpses is configured by bony growths, eyes, mouths, and tentacles. And tentacles are constantly appearing and disappearing in the ocean of his flesh. This is difficult to mistake corpse distortion of this severity for anything else. Also, let's, was there anything? Okay, there was some more goods down here. Why doesn't it increase?
I always keep my options
Go ahead and
open.
save our game, and then...
I have learned much in my exile.
Okay, Okay, got it. You know, you don't have to do that so often, really. Did I just kill that beggar? Yeah, we'll take that. And more for like actual weapons and stuff. Portal to the anatomical opera. Overly. Lift to the mangled sector. Oh wait, this is interesting. Profane devices is fine. Okay.
Rise to the top. Or
Before
get
we go
left
down
in
there,
the
though,
dust.
we're obviously gonna go back up here and through this doorway over here. Eh, okay. Just walking around straight up shanking people. Got it. Let's go ahead and save our game again.
I have
That's how
failed
it's
my
done.
kin.
Okay, so let's figure out what this does.
Kemorak. I have failed my kin. A trivial task.
It's kind of funny that you can just keep doing it until you succeed. Okay, I was hoping for some better weapons, like at
Always
least...
keep your eye on the prize.
That's another question. Where the heck is my gear?
Did you hope to see an Azuriani fail?
I did.
Kemorak. Oh, too hard for a simple monkey.
Okay, razor sharp keel, flying close, blah blah blah. Hoping to kind of find my stuff.
Is there money to be made?
Perplexed. Oh, that's why it's slowly going down. Find Pascal, that would be also nice. Might as well wait until we actually find somebody. And this is back to the anatomical opera again. What do we got here? This just leads me out onto these things, which gives me goods that I don't particularly care for. We can open this up. God damn it. Stop, hurry up. Seriously. I get it. I understand.
Keep your wits about you.
What is it?
This man, and I'm seeing no particular. Somebody just gutted somebody else. Oh, resistance fighters.
I always keep my options
Is
open.
that better than what I'm currently wearing? It is, so we'll go ahead and wear it. Alright, so let's go ahead and head down to the mangled sector, apparently.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Why is this an anatomical opera if I'm going down to the mangled sector? Athletics of 55. Got it, we got it. Would you please stop? Got it already. God, how difficult is this? Cameron's barriers between it and the void are slowly dying. We're gonna save our game. We're gonna try and retrieve this safe.
I won't let it define me.
And we failed. So we're gonna just reload and try again. I don't care if it failed the first time. I'm going to save scum this until it succeeds.
Success is the only outcome I
There we go.
accept.
Oh great, and then we have to do this. Would you stop using her skill? What the hell's wrong
Miscalculations
with
are for
my skill?
commoners. I don't make mistakes.
It's even worse
I
than
make
her skill.
profitable learning experiences.
Why is my tech skill so low? So low. Lose. Alright, we'll go ahead and save our game.
Did you
learn
hope
from
to
this
see an
mistake.
Azuriani fail?
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna leave this thing here. We're gonna go see if we can't find Pascal. We'll come back. Alright. Argenta greets you with our, the God Emperor did not forsake his chosen one. I pray that our paths would cross once more. Rogue trader, why is this creature savage, and why has this treacherous Xeno not suffered retribution for her trickery? I remember what her cursed kin said when we stepped into that trap. Do you? Have you forgotten that she betrayed us? Irlit was deceived as we all were. Deceived by whom? Her own kinsman? Do you honestly believe that? Yes, I do. The worthless tale spun by this enemy of humanity, a tale that we have. Your judgment have no weight before the Elantox will. Do not waste your breath on attempts to intimidate or insult me. For your words are like fixed leaves with the winds, but the wind throws off against the cliff. You truly aren't worth the breath I have wasted on your words. Your rival is timely indeed. The Emperor is chosen on our side. We can come out of hiding and exact vengeance upon the enemies of humanity. But I should take but I shouldn't take the time. Speak instead to the Commissar, the one who leads these valiant souls. He will tell you everything you need to know. My memories betray me. I lost consciousness soon after they dragged us into the shadows. I came to this filthy arena. They had set some clawed beast upon me. When I slew it, they sent another. I killed them all one after another, the unseen spectators demanding more and more. At last, I had an opportunity. One of the beasts I fought damaged the enclosure. I managed to escape the arena. You should have seen how quickly the scum who whooped and cheered from the stands set off after me. I forged a path with sword and bolter and wandered for a long time in darkness, and then I wound up here, where the loyal servant to the Emperor found me and gave me a chance to serve him again. Who's this commissar you speak of? Loyal servant to the Emperor who has not lost the will to fight even in this impenetrable gloom. He has mustered a resistance everyone who can hold a weapon and refuse to accept the fate of a toy in the clutches of vile Xenos. The dwellers of these dungeons are myriad, and most are lacking in soul, courage, or willpower. The Commissar and his associates seek out true champions of the Imperium among them and prepare those people for the battle against the Xenos. Providence itself has brought me here. I assisted the Commissar in his search and hope to find you among the captives. I devoted myself to helping the faithful yet frail pluck up their strength and guide the able yet desperate towards hope. My efforts have already borne fruit. 2 squads have gone on a scouting mission to discover safe passage out of Kamarog. There's no safe way out of Kamarog. You are lying to yourself, these poor people. Wherever you send them, the Dark City holds only death and misery for Monkey. Poisonous words cannot break my spirit and my faith, Zeno. I will rather die fighting evil than surrender. Who are these people? I found them subjects of the Imperium who were taken by to this den of misery and despair. Scattered across the vast chasms, they were condemned to suffer for the amusement of enemies of humanity. But the beasts were wrong in thinking we would simply resign ourselves to that fate. I share my faith in the future with them, the future that will claim with his name upon our lips. You will join me, will you not? I have served the resistance for as long as I could. My duty with these people is done. It's high time I rejoined you and pursued my original mission. But first, allow me to offer a few final words of guidance to my flock. Servants of the Emperor, children of humanity, be strong in your resolve and pure in your faith, for our deliverance is at hand. Steel your hearts, for a great trial lies ahead of us all. But the reward of passing for passing it is freedom. Okay, so we now have Argenta on our team. Argenta, what weapons? Do you still have your good weapons? No, you don't have any weapons. Okay, well, first off, shotgun would definitely do well in your hands. Combined with the autogun. And anything else? Oh, heavy stubber, there we go. That's much better than the autogun. And then armor. Yeah, we'll give you the flak vest. All right. So let's
Always
first
keep
off
your eye on the
around.
prize.
Crate is filled with makeshift las gun batteries and crudely made autogun ammo. Huh, funny that they can't even find that material in this place. Let's see. So the makeshift Aquila looks somewhat pitiful, but the evidence, diligence, and passion that went into creation speaks of the piety of the maker. Okay, and then let's go ahead and grab some goods from here. Nope, nothing there.
I always have
Demolition,
a
but we
backup
have
plan.
no melted charges, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's what I thought. Zealous thugs. Oh, here's some goods. No melted charges. Okay, Argenta's only 10%. Wish we could. Let's find Pascal in here somewhere.
Let us not
Let's see
dawdle.
here. Athletics, which will at least get me over to here. Before we go over there, though, what's this? The worldly shimmers, and this promises peace and quiet. Examine the corpse.
I have learned much in my exile.
Spin the corpse. Chameleon skin. The Drukhari warrior's skin was stitched with flexible crystal thread whose colors shift to match the surroundings and conceal the wearer. Is that like an item I can wear, or like?
I won't compromise my principles.
Is that an item she can wear?
I will not.
Then what the heck is, what's the point of that? Okay, whatever. Never know when it might be handy.
Keep your wits about you.
Alright, so let's go ahead and jump
I
across
always
here.
get the job done.
Let's see. And there we go again. Blah, blah, blah. Got it. Move along. Not telling me anything new. Looking at the revolting puddle of ichor and the reeks of suffering, you can barely make out what remains of the bones. Some unfortunate soul that appears to have been digested and regurgitated. Lovely. As indicated by the bloody trail, a body was recently dragged through here. Okay, that sounds important. Oh, there we go. Yerlik can finally do something useful.
Is there money to be made?
No, except that you can't get up there. Because we have no ammo charges. Okay, so... Oh, oh, okay.
That's how it's done.
This was the commissar. Got it. Okay, let's go ahead and save our game. We'll talk to this guy, and then I think we'll go ahead and call it there for today and start up next week. Commissar's stately man in commissar coat and tall servant's cap greets you with the sign of the Aquila and on solemn mouth. Another loyal servant of the throne has found their way to us in these confounded catacombs. Fear not, approach. If you have the faith in the Emperor, then you will find only allies here. Make the Aquila, the Emperor protects. Indeed, the Emperor protects. Commissar Imperial's booming voice repeats your call, and the rest follow suit. Look at the Commissar. One might think that the archetypical commissars from Imperial Guard propaganda posters were all life drawings of this man. He has a large, powerful jaw, his eyes are hard and fearless, the small scar on his brow adds a certain rugged charm to his features. His coat, though worn, has been diligently cleaned and mended, and the skull in his tall cap has been polished to a shine. Now listen to me, however, I have no desire to cause you harm. Require medical attention. We do not look badly injured, and we are suffering from severe medical shortage of medical supplies. Better to save what we can for critical situations. Who are you? Commissar Leko Sotini? But my brothers and sisters in arms prefer to call me simply the Commissar. I was assigned to a regiment of the Vicentia Silvis, and I fought in the battle for the world of Camult Secundus, where I was wounded and then taken prisoner while unconscious. Having recovered from my wounds, I carry on the fight fighting the wicked Xenos as the head of the local resistance cell which I founded. My valorous comrades and I sabotaged the enemy activities while we devised our plans of escape. The streets of Camarog are like a maze of spiderwebs into which the Dark Ones lure unfortunate souls. Each thread that leads to freedom turns out to be another cruel deception at the end. Keep up the good work, Commissar Sojane. I mean, I do kind of suspect he's... I've tried, and they've tried, but every time the Emperor protects his servants. What does your resistance do? Our first ongoing objective is to keep bolstering our ranks by seeking out prisoners who have not yet lost faith and willingness to oppose our nefarious jailers. Our second priority is to arm ourselves and train. I teach my soldiers the basic guard tactics in order to mold them into a fully fledged assault unit. Most importantly, we gather information and plot our escape. The day when we pave the road to freedom with corpses of detestable Xenos is nigh. What were the circumstances? We engaged the enemy on the world of Camult Secundus in the Markan marches of the Calixus sector. The loathsome foes of humanity are known to launch raids in that area, so we received orders to defend the good subjects of the Imperium. When the profaners descended upon us, we gave them no quarter. The enemy were routed, and my unit drove back to their ships. And my unit drove them back to our ships. Our counterattack drove a wedge into the advancing hordes and thwarted the invasion, but it also meant that we were cut off on both flanks and surrounded. We fought valiantly for several hours to stop the enemy ranks from reforming for a new onslaught until we depleted our munition reserves. By that time, our superior officers had already fallen, so I led my people in a bayonet charge. We taught the Xenos a lesson in blood, and then I have no memory of how the battle ended. I came to consciousness in this foul place, disarmed and on the verge of death. Thought I'd die, but I was not yet time for the Emperor to release me from its service. Malice sent me here for your head, however I have no desire to cause you harm. That skilled miscreant has long since wanted me dead. He craves my soldiers. He forced us from our base to this perilous place, but he will pay for this scheme soon. Once my plan is set in motion, it is a disgrace to serve one such as he. You ought to join our ranks instead. Together we will break out of this accursed city. What is your escape plan? Some of our own have captured a small Xenos ship that was moored for repairs at the remote unused dock. They eliminated the crew quietly, but left the pilot alive to sail the ship to real space. We can get to the dock through the dimensional portal located at our old base. Was it Sergeant Vista's squad that was tasked with capturing the ship? Did he survive? The Emperor protected him. He did not fail the Emperor. Vistas is in good health and waiting for us to arrive. If the monkey have managed to capture the vessel, they were permitted to do so. They were permitted to do so. This doom. Regrettably, Malice and his Shriekers drove us out and took over the base. So the first order of business will be to confront him there. I propose that you take him by surprise and deliver the first strike. We will support the attack from the outside. Let's see. It's bold, and the odds of it succeeding are bleak. However, it seems improbable that anyone in Camargue is prepared for such decisive covert action. Who are the people under your command? The core of my unit is composed of prisoners from various Astro military regiments and a number of planetary guards. We formed a assault squad that went on a special operation under Sergeant Vigilus' command. The rest are common people who had the misfortune of being captured by Xenos, serfs, nobility, administratum, anyone who found the courage to take up arms. The only kinds you won't find here are heretics, lawbreakers, and cowards. Trust me, Ivana, these people can be relied on. In their darkest hour, they found a source of resolve and faith, and each among them is ready to give their life for the righteous cause. Many already have. Have you managed to accomplish? Every morsel of intelligence we acquired and every step of progress we have made was paid for in blood and pain. The information about the dying cabal that dreads entering the docks of its enemies and instead moors in an abandoned area was forced out of captive Xenos. The knowledge of this portal was brought in exchange for half of all the weapons we had stockpiled, and taking the ship cost us several lives, each of which was worth more than this whole blasted city. My thanks, my brothers and sisters in Armanus. The fighter has joined the ranks. The Emperor graces us. I have other business to attend to. I don't trust him. I suspect he's a Xenos in disguise, to be honest. Let's go ahead and save our game. And we will come back on Tuesday. Although I might stream earlier than that. I might stream on Sunday or Monday just to continue the story, because I only have until Thursday, which means I would have 2 days to try and finish the game. And we're only just now into Chapter 3, which is the final chapter, but still, we'll see. Anyway, you all have a good day, good evening, good night, and I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for coming.